always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the NECC Rocket League quarterfinals. My name is Bass from the Past, and joined alongside by none other than Tugboat. Welcome, Tugboat. How you feeling today on this fine Tuesday, my friend?
I'm doing pretty well, I got no complaints here today, Bass from the Past. Got a lot of collegiate Rocket League coming at us, so what would I have to complain about?
That's a fair point here, and yes, we really do have a long day of collegiate Rocket League here, and I want to point out to people, it's not just here on this one channel, we've also got it on the NECC 2 channel as well, so more Rocket League will be going down later in the day, but for here and now, we got to focus on the first matchup of the night, as we've got Hawking College Hawks versus Midway University here, and this is going to be an interesting one, because it's the 3 seed versus the 6 seed. Today, on the side of the Hawks, are going to be Sergeant Cyber, Grimjow, and Knight O Grand, and as you can see, Tug, a little bit of a young roster here for this side.
Oh, yeah, some young bucks coming in. Sergeant Cyber, the sophomore, the old man, right? 2 freshmen, and Knight O Grand and Grimjow coming on in here. A little music management, wildlife resources management. Different types of management, but management nonetheless.
Let's see if they can manage to get themselves a win
Heyo.
here today. They come into this one the better seed, 3rd overall, but the issue is that they've also got their opponents. The number 6 seed here on the other side is going to be Midway. We've got Doinks, Tireman, and Holy Caliburn. And again, this is a little bit of a different roster here. Senior is all abound, so this one might have a bit more experience when it comes to these type of environments.
Yes, fair statement, fair statement. Also, completely across the gamut as far as majors and focuses in life post-college. Marketing communications there for Doinks. Tireman coming in with the business major. And a psych major. Holy Caliburn coming in as the psych major. And the young buck, right? Holy Caliburn, as old as the oldest member, or the youngest member here on Midway, obviously, as old as the oldest member over there on Hawken College, so...
Interesting to see, but the question is that experience going to be enough for them to upset their opponents? Again, we mentioned Midway come into this one the number 6 seed, which isn't a drastic difference from the number 3 seed, but it's enough that you still do have to recognize on paper this is going to be a tough battle for them, especially considering the fact that this is not necessarily going to be any different than the regular season. I believe we are still in best of 5s for the day, meaning that you don't necessarily get that extra relief of pressure, not as much time to try and develop yourself. So, Tug, we could be in for a very close series here.
Absolutely. I would love to see it first on the broadcast here today. Like we said, plenty of Rocket League after this. Well, we got Carroll University, Concordia, the 4th and 5th seeds after this. HCC Dragons, number 1 seed, taking on the number 8 seed. A little bit more of a difference there. 8 seed being UNCA, that's the blue squad. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, that's Grandview Red versus the MSUM Dragons. 9 p.m. 4th seed, University of Mount Union, taking on, what is that, JWU? That is...
Johnson and Wales.
There you go, Johnson and Wales, my man. That is the blue squad over there, the 5th seed. And then rounding today out, EAUCD blue. A lot of letters. The 4th seed taking on SWOSU. I'm done. I'm so glad that was the last one because I couldn't do the letters anymore. That's another 4th and 5th seed rounding out here today. Also, of course, got the B stream going on in there as well. A lot of collegiate Rocket League being covered here today. Bash from the past.
Indeed, we have a ton to go over. So let's kick off the action. So, game number 1 in this best of 5, like we said, the quarterfinals. And the crazy thing about the quarterfinals and, well, really the playoffs as a whole here for the NECC, single elimination. It is one and done. So, Tug, this is their one chance to redeem themselves for their season and really prove that they are a contender beyond compare. And apparently, Sergeant Cyber, they are indeed a contender. Hawken College, the first on the board.
There you go. 20 seconds into this one. No reason to waste time. That's Sergeant Cyber. A little bit of a open net from this right side. And that's going to be putting Hawken College, the 3rd seed, up at the advantage. Back onto it. I can expect these teams to slow things down a little bit more, especially if there's another score on board here soon.
Oh yeah, it's game number 1. If you see them going full guns blazing to start off, it's usually going to be to the detriment of the team that plays it a bit too risky. Want to try and feel out of your opponents in game number 1. Really try and take some time and figure out what strategies are going to be at play, and especially at this rank. This is not necessarily the highest rank in all of Rocket League. These are players that are somewhere in the central divisions, if you will, and that means that this is not necessarily going to be as clean of a game. There will be some mistakes here and there, and speaking of mistakes, the issue is you have to capitalize when they arrive. And you also have to clean them up when it's someone on your team. A single miss on the back line is going to even out the game.
There you go. This one hits top all the way out. Grimjow has a look at it, but not much more than that. 52 seconds into this one, and Midway is going to strike back. Like you said, mistakes will be made, but hey, maybe that's just like thematical for life, Bass from the past. Maybe we all make mistakes, and it's the journey, not the destination, how we get there, right?
I like
what
that.
We learn from our experiences.
You gotta, through the bruises and bumps. Excuse me. That's
too.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Eventually, I'll be able to do words good, but maybe not yet. We're early on in the day. We've got a long one ahead of us here, and well, we're early into this game as well. Minute 15, and so far it's been pretty back and forth. And the little mistakes have been what have separated the two teams. Sergeant Cyber, though, will not make a mistake there. Pops it out of the half and sends it to the corner where Tireman is waiting. That's a good touch off the wall, though. It's going to keep the pressure up. It means that Hawken College can continue with their offense, or maybe not. Doink's going to take this one out to the side and might just be able to relieve this pressure.
Doink's kind of escorting this one out. Got one to bite on it, but Sergeant Cyber had orders otherwise. Up and down. Both members have a look at this one from the Hawken College squad. but they just didn't get there in time. I think their teammate just maybe traveled a little bit faster than they would have anticipated before a lineup there. Still tied up, though, 2 minutes into this one, Bass.
It's pretty even right now. It feels like the first minute was kind of chaotic. We talked about, that firing on all cylinders attitude. If you do that, it can leave you a bit exposed. And, well, that is probably firing on all cylinders as two players pre-jump that one off the backboard, but neither one of them is able to make the touch. And, ooh, okay, maybe I was wrong. I thought that maybe we had started going to, half firing, but no, apparently everybody is still diving at the ball. Another double commit, but this one's going to go in front of the net. Someone's got to take the shot, but it does not arrive. Just a bit off the mark, and Doink's going headhunting, meaning that Caliburn has got an open lane. Second goal in favor of Midway.
Yeah, easy peasy. They both read this about 2/3 of the way down. Doinks just goes for the bodyguard, goes for that defender, and halftime now, Midway takes the lead. 2-1, so a bigger lead right here, Bash in the past, but a lead nonetheless. Every one of these goals as well has been like kind of open net situations, and there's another one. Doinks with a second in about 8 seconds.
I'll be honest, I was looking down at my notes. I was trying to write down who scored the last goal, and I look back up, and all of a sudden we find ourselves with another goal here. Things going from bad to worse after Hawking College found themselves with the first goal of this game. It's been 3 uncontested in a row from Midway, meaning that I'm starting to think that maybe the momentum's shifting here in game number 1. The good thing, plenty of time for them to try and pull this one around. We've got basically half the game left, and we've got a clear lane in front of the net. Midway, a good bump, almost gave themselves a 3-goal lead here, but instead, we'll actually have to play some defense on the other end. Naito Grand gonna send this one to the backboard. Where's the follow-up from Hawking, though? Eventually it will arrive, but it's a bit too late. All that Sergeant Cyber can do is send it to the backboard and hope that a follow-up arrives. But as it goes back out to midfield, it looks like Midway will restart their offense yet again. We're starting to see some issues here, Doug. It does kind of feel like Hawking College, as much as they have spent a lot of this game in this final third, this offensive third, the ability to actually start putting shots on target has been let's say a trouble for them throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're entirely different acts, right? Simply getting onto offense versus purchasing yourself some real solid opportunities, especially given, I mean, right now, right? They have Naito Grand and they have Grimjow, like, all the way back, as far back as they could get, pretty much, to try and defend away any ensuing goals coming their way. Sergeant Order, the only one left up on offense. As it is, you're really just not going to be able to purchase yourself many opportunities with only one player back, and especially not when you have a trio of defenders right in front of you, and especially not 70 seconds left, right? Soon enough, Hawking College is going to have to get on the offense because, you lose 3-1, lose 3-2, lose 10-1, doesn't matter, it's all the same.
It's one and the same. A loss is a loss, and it's not the best way to start off the series if you do so in what I would say is swinging fashion. Again, this was a game that initially started off with Hawking College finding themselves a goal, but after that, they can kind of just start to fade away, and oh boy, they have faded out of this game, in my opinion. With 50 seconds left and a 3-goal deficit, I don't think that the comeback's possible, and I think that game 1 is going to go in favor of Midway.
Yeah, I don't see this one going the other way based on what we've seen in the last, we'll call it 2/3 of this game, outside of that first, minute or so. 50 seconds left. We're looking at an average of 15 seconds per goal just for Midway, or just for Hawking College, the Hawks, to tie this one back up. I think the game 1 is done and dusted, but I do know that there's enough time for Hawking College to make that a non-issue. Just about getting it done. That is a bad angle, and not even 100% sure where Tireman was getting off to.
I think that Doinks was just trying to kind of dive into the net. I think that they were initially thinking, all right, the defender is back, so I'll let one of my other players come and take this shot. But when neither one of the players takes the shot, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. And I think they're going to waste this one. Open net. Tireman just needs to get to it. And they will do exactly that. 5-1, rubbing a little salt in the wounds here as Midway continue to pour on the goals.
I'd call it a battle of Midway if there was a higher score of Hawking College up here. I'm not going to lie. A 5-1 scoreline here with 16 seconds left, and Midway purchasing these very easily. Like, they're just picking up some candy at a corner store right now. 4-score lead. And again, the only Hawking College goal came off the back of a complete open net situation, right? This is not something that was well coordinated and triple passed all the way up to flip reset 90 times up top. Hawking College is not out of this one quite yet, but they do need to show us a lot more and a better scoreline in game number 2 if this isn't going to be a very, very short match number 1, especially given that Hawking College comes in at the 3 seed playing against Midway at the 6 seed.
I think part of why they do come into this one, I would say a little bit of a better seed, is probably the issue of it's kind of reliant on one player. We see this almost immediately as we get into this one. Sergeant Cyber, 6 shots for his team, the only goal that is there, as well as the only save. So it's kind of one of these things where I'm thinking, Hawken College, they've got that star-studded striker that you and I have talked about many times on cast before. The issue is it's usually battle. Is the 3-piece going to be enough, or is that one player going to be able to elevate a team? So for Hawken College, we need to see their other 2 players step up. Sergeant Cyber very clearly is going to be able to operate in this offense. But what about the other 2 players here in Night O'Grand and Grimjow? We're going to have to find out. Game number 2 underway here, and this is going to be an important one. If we see a second game in a row dominantly in favor of Midway, they might just be able to close the series out in 3.
Couple backboard plays right here. Sergeant Cyber picks this one up across the middle and now gets purchased one. Okay, you want something done, you gotta do it yourself. Sergeant Cyber on a march right now.
It's a good touch out to the corner, too, when he recognizes that Holy's going to take a second to not necessarily dive at the ball aggressively. It's pretty much a free lane for Sergeant Cyber to find themselves that goal. It's 1-0 with about 12 seconds off the clock, but Tug, seen this before. Hawken College got the first goal of game number 1, and after that, Midway, 5 uncontested in a row. It's good that they shook off a little bit of the rust here in game number 2, but how far is that going to take them, especially considering the fact that Midway back onto offense yet again. Edo Grand, though, he's going to try and keep this one out and push it out to midfield, which will do successfully, but unfortunately he finds Tire Man out at midfield as well, who now going to send this one right back into the offense and into the back of the net. That ball will go. Holy Caliburn to even us out.
Holy Caliburn, I like it. 101 kilometers per hour on this one. And once again, these scores just coming off the back of entirely open net situations and both ways. Just like that, Hawken College was advantaged 35 seconds into this one, 36 seconds into this one. Midway strikes back. I have no reason to believe that we will see anything besides much higher score lines kind of similar to these.
Yeah, I would imagine that we're going to continue to see these kind of back and forth games,
Another open net
one
situation.
after another, just giving themselves those opportunities. That being said, I'm not really sure if Hawken College have the same sort of oomph when it comes to this final third. It still kind of feels like Midway, once they get into this final third, they really become a threat. And although they aren't always able to convert on every single shot that they take, it does feel like they were just a little bit more prepared for keeping that pressure up. Meanwhile, Hawken College, they've tried to hold that midfield line, but have been stomped every single time. Oh boy, but hey, listen, as complimentary as I will be of your final third, you do need to hit the mark, especially considering Sergeant Cyber, he has not missed so far. 2 for 2 here in game number 2, and that's too many 2s for me to count.
Too many 2s. The numbers man, the numbers Mason. 2-2, I'm not talking dresses. That's going to be Sergeant Order getting everything. Order? Cyber? Not sure why I wrote Order. Sergeant Cyber, sorry. Getting everything going here for the Hawken College Hawks, flying high indeed. Now looking at Night O'Grand, though, single-digit score. You get 2 points every time you touch the ball. The man has 8.
Yeah, it's been, let's call it a rough game so far here from this team. They have not necessarily.
I tell you.
It's been definitely difficult for them to find any sort of extra momentum. It kind of just feels like the team as a whole have really struggled to find themselves some solid footing in this game. Aside from Sergeant Cyber, who, like we said, really has been the front runner for the team, they do need to find some cohesion here, because Midway, although they've only got a single goal, it does feel like they're starting to find themselves that pressure that they had in game number 1. Caliburn, though, that's not necessarily the best touch, as Grimjow is going to find themselves an easy clear out to the midfield. No follow-up will arrive, though, as Cyber recognizes this one's inevitably going the other way, so he'll just put it off target for now. Tyre can get this one off the backboard, and a shot will arrive, which will not. Caliburn a bit hesitant again, and starting to wonder if maybe Midway are getting a bit too into their own head. What was aggression in game number 1 is now turning to hesitation in game number 2.
Holy Caliburn, a slower stop right there. Nice block. Nice block. One of the best we've seen from the side of Midway thus far. Walking the dog right here. Tire Man still gets it in right here. Fantastic stuff. Playing his role perfectly. Tire Man, that is. Like the vault has been cleared and he's waiting outside behind the wheel.
Beautiful dunk, honestly. It's a great way to not only get your team back on the board, but it's a great way to reinstill confidence, because again, it looked like the team was starting to fade into that little bit of a middle ground between passive and aggressive, and you never really want to get caught in that no man's land position.
Wow, okay.
Oh, you also do not want to get caught in the air when Sergeant Cyber is flying by. What a shot.
Yeah, so once again, Sergeant Cyber just literally reads this defense like a book. Kind of have a double up on this left side, Midway University does. And I mean, he's done it so far, what, 3 times? Twice in this game, once in the last. Nothing really surprising here from Sergeant Cyber. When you give him these opportunities, they're going to like just tee off on these every single time. So.
He's a good player. I think the reality is we recognize that there are going to be 2 different strategies here. It's going to be an all-around team play at a Midway University, while Hawking College are really going to have to rely on their star-studded striker to, well, do exactly that. Continue striking the back of the net, continue putting on pressure, and even setting up his teammates when he can. Nido Grand not able to convert on that one, but the pressure is now on. And Hawking College, they're going to try and close this game out definitively with a 1-goal lead. Oh my word, when it turns to 2, that could absolutely swing this game in their favor, but unfortunately, they cannot find the back of the net, not for a lack of trying, though. Midway University find themselves a golden gift here in game number 2, but can they actually capitalize and send us to a tied ball game?
90 seconds, Dow getting down to it. Sergeant Cyber showing up. Both sides of this offense, now defense. Fantastic stuff. Everything Sergeant Cyber in game 2 right now for Hawking College. It's got to feel good to watch that, like you said, that star-studded striker. I love the alliteration. Showing up on the defensive side of this ball.
He's doing a great job, but the issue is that now here comes some more pressure, and as Cyber's getting bumped in net, all they need to do is take a shot and put it on target. But Doinks misses, and so does the follow-up from Holy Caliburn. 2 huge opportunities in a row, and Midway still cannot convert. They've got just underneath a minute to try and do so, Tug. It's possible for them to turn this one around, but it does feel like their offense is being stifled on every single opportunity. They'll try and restart it right here. Tire Man will send this one center. Where's the follow-up touch? That's a huge miss, but neither Doinks nor Holy Caliburn will dive on the ball. Once again, their passiveness is killing them.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you more. Midway had an opportunity, kind of gifted, put it right in the breadbasket with an envelope on top with their name written in pretty cursive letters. They opted to go home and take a nap.
It's not the time to fall asleep right now either. Not with 15 seconds left. You need to cry and find yourself at least one last offensive push, but as Grimjow sends this right back into the half and tries to send it into the back of the net, it's going to be all the more difficult to break out, but big miss here out of Nido Grand. What can they do with this one? Holy Caliburn gets pinched the other way. I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Hawking College find themselves a winning game number 2 from a boomer downfield.
I like it. I like it. This really was in a completely different area, and it just kind of sends it flying to ground this ball out and make sure there's no opportunity the other way. Now, here's something else that these 2 teams shared thematically, right? Hawking College, 3 shots. Sergeant Cyber, 3 shots made in, 3 goals total, right? Nido Grand also with 3 shots, but unfortunately nothing. Did get an assist. No shots for the third player for Grimjow. Both players, Tire Man and Holy Caliburn, both with 2 shots, both with the goal made in, and have a teammate that didn't do too much offensively. With Doinks, no offensive passes, no assists, excuse me, and no attempted shots on. So both of these teams kind of a very close game. It does go down to the wire, both with a teammate that just doesn't get very much done, especially given that Doinks was everything in game 1. I'm just a little bit confused, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird game number 2 here. It kind of feels like Midway, despite being able to sort of put up some resistance to Sergeant Cyber in game number 1, game number 2, they just didn't seem to have an answer for him. Again, 100% shooting really goes to show that once they found that offensive pressure, they converted every time. So Hawking College right now looking a lot better, but I'm still a little bit worried if they do have too much of one... I don't know, what's the word to put it? To one-sided offense or one-dimensional offense, I think is the better way to put it there, which is giving it to Sergeant Cyber, hoping he at least puts enough pressure on to where someone can take a shot or at least keep up that pressure. And I gotta wonder, is that going to work here in game number 3? Midway University with a chance to try and shake off some of the, I'd say, poor performance in game number 2. Oh, but they do need to hit the back of the net, and as they continue to get plagued by their inaccuracy and then miss out at midfield, Nido Grand will get the first goal on the board for someone besides Sergeant Cyber on Hawking College, and oh boy, it happens in disastrous fashion.
Hawking College, a nice little run. Here you go. First up, first in. Hawking College takes the lead yet again. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the team that scores first goes forth to win these games, not matches. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. I believe so. Let's see. Tug, can they get this done? Can they actually turn this one around? Because it feels like right now we're starting to see Midway, I would say, get a little bit into their own head. The double commits and triple commits are becoming a lot more commonplace, and the team is just kind of diving in really haphazard ways. At Being said, that's a double commit on the back line here. Maybe Midway can try and punish, but no. All 3 players sent themselves at offense, and all 2 of them are going to send themselves out of midfield. Grimjow's going to slam that one into the backboard, but getting nervous, Tug. We're seeing a lot of risky dives at a Midway, and it's not just a single player doing it. It's all 3 of them. They continue to do this for too long. They're going to get punished yet again, and it could already happen. Off the bar and in. Sergeant Cyber reads his rebound.
Yeah, once again, Sergeant Cyber all day long. Grimjow now coming in. Shot attempted, save in, and one of these goals assisted, actually getting a lot more points. Not a lot more, actually. Sergeant Cyber and Grimjow are tied up right now. But everybody on Hawken College, if our complaint was that Hawken College was looking a little one-dimensional, like you said, I think that our fears are assuaded. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say, until Sergeant Cyber got there, now they're assuaded.
Gotta take a second and breathe before we make those some bold claims like that. Otherwise, the players might just make us get punished. The caster curse, something we haven't seen necessarily here today, but eventually it will arrive, and similarly, so will the shots for the side of Hawken College here. Their offense has come to life, and the question is their defense also going to stand up to the test? Is Midway finally going to get themselves some decent offense here, but how long are they going to be able to keep this pressure? That's midfield it goes. Goings 50-50 is almost able to get past Grimjow, just barely able to deflect that one out to the side, but as Sergeant Cyber takes it high and actually even puts us on target, it'll hit the back of the net. Hawken College again, quick with the transition, and Midway caught off guard.
Nicely done, Sergeant Cyber connecting on the second here in game number 2. Something we haven't seen yet is getting decently close to halftime here, Bass, without a team putting up a single goal. That was Hawken College to put up 1. Midway with 5 in game number 1, then a 3-2 victory for Hawken College to push us to a guaranteed game 4 eventually. But nobody's put up 0 quite yet. Nobody's put up the goose eggs quite yet. I would be kind of surprised if Midway actually does that here, but even though the Hawking really is popping off on all cylinders right now.
This is definitely a little bit of an odd game because it does feel like you said, Midway should have a goal at some point here. This is not a game I would say is completely representative of them as a whole because they've missed them a lot of times. They've had a lot of shots that have just gone off target, and they need to try and redeem themselves. We've seen them with such lethal striking game number 1, with such efficient offense. Where'd that go? Where's that aggression that we were so complimentary of? Could it actually happen here? Tyre tries to dive on that one. Cyber going to deny them, but I think that's going to be the end of the offense. Okay, it will be the end of the offense. A little bit of a miss made me almost eat my words, but as we go to the other end, it's clear Hawken College back in control.
2 minutes, 15 seconds within game here. And Grimjow rotates around. Holy Caliburn with a pop-up right here. Takes out a demo. I'm not against it, but that does nothing to redirect this ball until Tireman's got something to say about it. Pop play up. Sergeant Cyber sends this one flying against the ceiling and left side. And now as we hit 1 minute and 55 seconds, this one's put up, and Grimjow now connecting with teammates.
Ooh. And this is a little bit of an unfortunate play here overall, as things are just kind of going from bad to worse right now. It just feels like the pressure is completely against Midway, and they are struggling so badly to just try and catch back up. I don't really know what to say at this point here, Tug. It's kind of going and completely slipping away from Midway. What was a game number 1 dominant by them, really showing that all 3 players were going to be able to perform. All of a sudden, all 3 players struggling to just find the back of the net. We haven't seen a goal from them in what feels like 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, it's only, 3 minutes or so of in-game time, but definitely feels like way, way longer than that. 1 minute and 40 seconds in this one. Tireman beating feet to get to this right corner. Now looking to walk the dog, escort the president. Not gonna happen. Teammates there. Teammate is just a bit too high.
It's a bit unfortunate. We're seeing the pressure finally start to get exerted here. Midway definitely starting to get themselves some opportunities, but overall it still feels like they're not necessarily making the most of said opportunities here, Tug. It's one of these things where, again, you can get that pressure, you can get into that final third, you can even put shots on target, but if they're being denied, if you're not catching the defense by surprise and making them look shaky as well, not going to matter much, especially considering the fact that, well, we've got a minute left here, and it doesn't really look like much is going to change. We can get a breakaway play here. This one's going to go a bit high. Where's the follow-up touch? It's like Nido Grand, actually, though. He's going to double commit with Cyber. This is an open net, and it will go in. Tireman redirects, and finally Midway get on the board.
That's going to be 120 kilometers per hour again. Tireman getting this one done with the assistance of Doinks? Yeah, of Doinks. Excuse me about that. Midway gonna be putting one up here. Not gonna be going so quietly into the Game 3 night, and still gonna be a non-goose egg type situation. We'll still be looking for that a little bit later. We are looking at about 42 seconds left on into this one. Pop play left side. Sergeant Cyber on a run. Gets beat there by opponent, but another pop up here from Nido Grand. Cyber on top of it again, but members of Midway able to come up defensively thus far.
But unfortunately, at this point, I think Midway, they're going to have to try and kiss their Game 3 chances goodbye here, as they do not have the time to make this comeback. It's great that they got a goal on the board, Tug. It does show that the team is not quite done fighting yet, but that's pretty much all that they've got to show for it right now. The amount of pressure being shown by Hawking on repeat has made me think that Midway need to switch up if they want a chance at this series as a whole. It's possible for them to turn this one around, but they need a different strategy. Their offense needs to be a bit more efficient, and they need to stop double committing. I would say that's pretty much the first step out of all of this. They've had so many odd rotations that have left them vulnerable. As a result, Hawking College move on to series point.
You're 100% right. Hawking College striking twice between Game 2 and now into Game number 3. And we take a look at the numbers, and we really see kind of why this is the case. Midway had 13 shots attempted on goal here, Bass, from the past. Only 1 goal actually made in. What that tells me is, yes, they had plenty of looks, but none of these are quality, right? There's loads of quantity, not necessarily quality. I think that was 9 or so shots from Hawking College, 4 of them being made in. Pretty close to a 50% completion ratio, which is pretty standard for a higher level skill tier team. And I'm not really 100% sure where to predict the rest of this game, honestly. Especially given how, I mean, Midway struck first at a 5-1 scoreline, and then Hawking comes back at a 4-1, and like a game and a half later. I'm just not really sure where to go from here.
At this point, we got to just hope that we see a bit of a switch up overall. We need to see something different out of the two teams, and if we see that, I think that we're going to see a very, very good back and forth here. But again, that's not really up to us. That is more than anybody up to Midway University here. They need to try and pull themselves up by the bootstraps and get a goal on the board early here. We have a little bit of pressure being built, but only got one defender back, and his Grimjow straight dusts them out at midfield. Hawking College the first on the board.
Holy guacamole, that is ridiculous. Grimjow right here, right across the top, and doesn't even hit defender on the way in. That one's about as centered as it gets as well. Perfect stuff. Hawking College striking first, drawing blood, and now seeing if they can maintain their lead through this one. Once again, everybody, whatever team has struck first may have given up lead at some point kind of throughout this game, but eventually does come out on top. That was that was Midway in Game 1, then Hawking Game 2, Game 3. Now Game 4, we'll see if they continue that theme here, Bass.
Yeah, at this point, they gotta try and continue with said theme, because I don't want to see a Midway re-emerge. Or, well, I do. I'd like to see a game number 5 where Midway re-emerges here in Game 4 and forces to that. But I would say for Hawking College, they do not want to see Midway re-emerge like they did in Game number 1. That was domination out of Midway. So if we do see that re-arrive, all of a sudden they're gonna think, did we let our opportunity to take this series slip away? I don't think so, because they're continuing with the offense here, putting on more pressure. Out of midfield, though, Sergeant Cyber will not commit. All he's going to do is pop that one out to the corner, but the pressure's not off. Midway University continue to go in, but that's 2 players into the corner again, and as Caliburn dives at that one aggressively, I hate to say it, but I still got to bring it up. The over-aggression being exerted by Midway right now is doing them no justice. All it's doing is leaving them exposed, but speaking of exposure, what happened? Hawking College, all 3 players are back, and not a single one can get a touch.
Yeah, taking a better look at this one, Grimjow has an excuse. Grimjow had played up. That was Nido Grand that just simply took their sweet time getting back. Not 100% sure. Sergeant Cyber, caught looking at this boost over here on the right side as well. I got a shot at them at the end. Oh, very close. That's up, but just a little bit too high.
Oh, so close, but hey, that doesn't really count, only in horseshoes and hand grenades, and at this point, we're not playing that. This is Rocket League, and this is a shot on target from Hawking College as they continue with their offense. Sergeant Cyber going to try and set up one of his teammates, and I feel like that's a big difference as well here, Tug, is at this point, Hawking College are no longer just relying on Sergeant Cyber to run this offense. All 3 of the players are getting involved, but Sergeant Cyber is getting involved on defense as well. Maybe not in the way they were hoping for.
Wow, yeah, that sucks. Gotta try and make a play at these, but a redirect all the way in is about as bad as it gets.
And you want to know the part that hurts the most about that, Tug? That wasn't on target. Wasn't on target. He put that on target. That was going wide and then redirected it on target and shot it in. That's not going to be fun if you're a Hawking College fan, and it's not going to be fun if you're a Hawking College... Never mind, 1 for 1. Eye for an eye, I guess.
There you go. There you go. Taking it back to Hammurabi, people. That is going to be a nice tied-up situation. Hawking finding that. 2-2 right here. 23 seconds before halftime. And we are back to the situation where I got nothing. Hawking is looked at absolute prominence so far. Midway, that's how they started this match off. These are significantly different seeds as well, but these two teams, I gotta say, are not giving us thematical game plan. This is a lot of flash in the pan stuff. Then they unfortunately go back to making more predictable mistakes, and their opponents will always capitalize on that. I mean, we've seen decently high score totals so far, right? 6, 5, and 5 across these 3 games, and none of these are overtime either. These have all been 5-minute games, people.
Ooh, that's a nice pass to the center. But yeah, I'd have to agree with you. It does feel like it's very momentary opportunities. It seems like every once in a while, Midway do get a spectacular play together. And similarly for Hawking College, every once in a while, they get a spectacular play together. But the consistency is just not quite there. Again, that's not necessarily unexpected at the level of gameplay that we're watching right now. But the big difference is that if you know it's going to be this volatile, if you know it's going to be this chaotic, take advantage when the opportunities come. When someone makes a whip on the back end, be there to punish. And Hawking College, they've been a little bit more consistent with that. But I will say, this game looking a lot more even than the ones previous. Midway finally starting to get themselves some good offense together like they did in game number 1. Can they actually capitalize enough to force a game number 5? 100 seconds on the clock. Midway finally back onto offense.
They're trying to get there. Midway doing a solid job. Nope, there you go. Now that's a solid roller. Sergeant Cyber sitting this one down. Doinks opts to just kind of come up and flirt with the ball a little bit. Let teammate actually take it out. Back to the middle, Sergeant Cyber. Oh, that Tireman, Nitogrand hitting each other about as hard as you can get without actual demos, right?
Ooh, speaking of
back
hitting
up,
it hard.
back in. Okay, Nitogrand gets gifted another one from the right side.
This is a bit of an unfortunate play. Doinks kind of has his heads in the clouds here. He sees Holy Caliber and taken out to the corner, so rather than actually staying in net or staying anywhere defensive, he just kind of chases them, and it's not going to work out. You can't avoid, you cannot afford to leave your net that open because it really will go punished. 70 seconds left on the clock. Midway, unfortunately, looking down the barrel of the end of their series and the end of their NECC playoffs run. Can they avoid it? 1 minute to go, and a Sergeant Cyber, this ball in air is going to cause some confusion, which actually could come to the benefit of Hawking College. Bounce off the top. Where's the follow-up on the backboard? No one is there. Cyber and Nitogrand on the back end did not want to commit, and you can understand why, Tug. At this point, they've got the lead. They don't need any more goals. All they have to do is hold on another 40 seconds.
Yeah, well, if you just keep on this pressure here, keep this ball away from their own and keep a player back, this should be a game. That was about as open net as you get as well for Nitogrand. Going to be kicking themselves after this. Now a run from Midway. Nope, they tried to assume the offensive position. Not going to happen that easily. Doinks, all the boost in the world. Doesn't matter when Sergeant Cyper is dunking in your face.
Yep, and I think not only is he going to dunk that one and possibly close out this game, I think he's going to close out the series with that as well. A little bit of a cherry on top, or I guess a slam dunk into the net, if you will, because that's quite literally what just happened. 22 seconds left in Hawking College. Take your victory lap. Midway University, barring a miracle, are unfortunately going to find the end of their playoff run.
Yes, they will. Up and down. There right now. Midway needs to take this out, and they basically need to score like literally right now. And then take this one off of a kickoff. That doesn't happen. Nitogrand sends this one shanking on back. That's decently on point, but that's not going to get there. Yeah, 3 seconds to go, and that is it. We are going to be looking at a Hawking College squad in 4.
I think that's just a deep breath. That's all we can really do at this point here, Tugboat. It's not necessarily the result we were hoping for at a Midway after what was such an impressive game number 1, but it is a good result for Hawking College. Not to diminish their accomplishment by any way, shape, or form. It was just definitely a little bit more dominant than I think you and I were really expecting after seeing what was a very resistant back and forth game number 2, where finally Hawking College responded to what was Midway game number 1. We expected the series to kind of continue like that, you know, back and forth, both teams trading blows, and then all of a sudden Hawking College, you can see the momentum continually builds in their favor further and further and further until eventually they take the win. Congratulations to Hawking, though. They move on to the semifinals. They find themselves even further into the playoffs, and Midway Tugboat, unfortunately, this is where we say goodbye. Like we said, it's a single elimination bracket here at the NECC, so that is the end of their playoffs.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Unfortunately, Carroll University and Concordia, Wisconsin coming up on next. Short break, and we'll be back with that. FBI Tugboat here in Bats in the Past for you guys in just a minute.
Always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League for the quarterfinals. My name is Bass in the Past, and joined alongside by none other than FBI Tugboat. And Tug, here we go. We're in our second matchup of the day, and this one I'm hoping is going to be a little bit closer this time because we have found ourselves here with Carroll University versus Concordia, Wisconsin.
Yep.
The reason that this one's interesting, this is the 4 versus 5 seed. This is about as close as we can get.
Yes, on paper, people, numerically, seeding-wise, this should be the closest matchup we see on broadcast here today. Just simply bigger seeding differences between everybody else, especially given that we also just saw number 3 seed, number 6 seed fight it out. Match number 1, that was Hawking College, the 3 seed, taking it eventually. But kind of harking back to what you were saying there, Bass, this is hopefully going to be a much more even-handed match. We started off midway striking first, slashing first at a 5-1 scoreline, and then we basically got that towards the end. 4-1 scoreline, 4-2 scoreline, Hawking College taking that one in 4 eventually. But we're looking now at Carroll University, again the 4th seed, coming on again here against the 5th seed. I'll do Carroll if you would do Concordia, please, sir. Looking at TTV Jacob P., the psychology major, making up, as well as Visions, a little computer science action, as well as Riser. The Nah, I'm not even gonna try, man. I tried twice. I gave it up, dude. I gave it up. Do you have any idea what an actuarial? I feel confident about that second one, actually. Go ahead and Google this one. Actuarial science.
Bro, I'm impressed that you were even able to attempt pronouncing it. You are bolder than I, my friend, as I probably would have just kind of glossed over it, especially because he's, quote-unquote, he's the freshman, you know? You gotta give him a little bit of disrespect. And jokes aside, seriously though, for a freshman to take on a advanced degree like that, that's gotta be a bold move, and maybe that boldness will pay off for them here today. The issue, they've still got an opponent that they have to play here. Concordia, Wisconsin awaits them on the other side. So let's take a look over at that lineup and see who they've got fielding here today, or hopefully we can get to that lineup in a second. Here it goes. The lineup here for CUW. Two Dog Lucky, ZRM, and Acre. And this one for me is more of a team I am familiar with. And it's not just because of the fact that I've seen this team play time and time again. They've been around the NECC for a while. This is a team that absolutely has experience. So for Two Dog Lucky in their final year of play, maybe that experience will pay off.
Yep, they're getting ready to get down to business, even if it is general business. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Director of Church Ministry, ZRM, and that is Acre coming in, the chemistry major. Chemistry major. My old man was a chemistry major before he went pre-med, so that's interesting. I was a psych major, though. Also did marketing. So really kind of all over the place. Also, actuarial sciences is the science behind insurance. And the delving mathematical-wise into that afterwards, like using statistics to predict future behavior and risks and whatnot. So, a unique look from the last member of Carroll University.
I honestly, I'm impressed that you were not only able to find out what that was, but really put it so articulately. I understand what that is now, and I understand why it's a science now, but the question is that science degree going to really help them out here today? Because instead, we've got Rocket League. I don't really know if there's a degree for Rocket League. Esports management is basically the closest I've heard anybody come to it. Yeah, geometry. Yeah, that's probably the better one, especially. Actually, physics would help in Rocket League. Out of all games, physics would help like crazy. And, well, let's see if it's going to be enough here, Tug, because we've got game number 1 in this best of 5 underway.
Yes, math underway, math in action coming in here. Riser off the very beginning here. This is Carroll University in the left in the blue. Again, Riser, Jacob, and Visions making up this squad. Acre, ZRM, and Two Dog Lucky on the side of Concordia, looking at dangerous takes on defense already. Riser on the back, giving this one up, and that's Acre, excuse me, on this other side right here.
I have actually called him that before. I cannot lie, quite literally, like word for word, have called him Acme before. I think I called him Acme at some point, didn't he? Wasn't happy about that.
I don't know why that you know, what Acme obviously being like the go-to company in like cartoons and stuff like that when they need to brand stuff. Wow. Okay, Two Dog Lucky looking like 4 dogs. I don't know. That was fantastic.
I know that one part of him is absolutely accurate on that one. The luck is on his side. That bounce off the bar could have slammed straight on out, but instead he finds the rebound, gets it in, and is able to secure the first goal in favor of CUW here. Yet Concordia University, Wisconsin is not only a team that we have seen play before, but they have impressed me on multiple occasions. One of the biggest things about Concordia that I walk away with every time I watch them play is the cohesiveness of this team. They are a team that works very well as a trio, and they really make up for each other in those little mistakes. We talked about this in our last series, being able to punish on mistakes. The other half of that coin is being able to, you know, make up for those mistakes. If someone on your team does something a bit too risky, if they leave themselves exposed, being able to make up for that is a huge thing, and I think that's big for Concordia, Wisconsin. A good example there, Acre, not quite able to slam that one on target, so what do? The follow-up from Two Dog Lucky does not arrive. Instead, they wait for it to go back out to midfield, keep the pressure up, and don't dive unnecessarily. 90 seconds into this one, and it's very clear, Concordia, Wisconsin have come to play. They are absolutely dominating this offense.
Yeah, Carroll just spent, like, what, 45 seconds on a well-packed defense that just ends in this ball getting pulled out a little bit, and members being forced to, not really being forced to cheat up, but opting to kind of cheat up a little bit, and that literally just left Jacob in the backfield. Now Concordia up 2-0 scoreline, a minute 40 into this first game of best of 5.
Let's see, can they find a response here? I'd like to hope that Carroll are going to give us a good run for our money, because again, these are two of the closest teams in this competition. Theoretically, Concordia, Wisconsin should not be able to just take a leisurely Sunday stroll to victory here, but at the moment, it's looking like they just might be able to. My oh my, are they running this offense? Okay. That one stopped in front of the net, but getting a little bit nervous here, Tug. It feels like every time Concordia make it into this half, they are uncontested, at least for the initial passes and such. They need to start getting interrupted, because although they're not necessarily successful with every one of these plays, they continue to allow them to have this many opportunities. Eventually, the ball will drop.
Always does. Gravity always wins. Just like that, though, pass into Jacob, and he's going to nail in the first here for Carroll University, making sure The Carroll is heard loud and proud. 92 kilometers per hour is going to be one of the fastest in this game, but 108 is the fastest on broadcast thus far today, people.
Statman Tug coming through here, and honestly, I'm impressed because my memory is not good enough to remember those type of stats here, and well, you gotta hope that for the memories of Concordia, they can shake that one off and have a little bit of amnesia. Not necessarily the most impressive play. My oh my, I got a little bit nervous as it almost happened again. The defense here looking a little bit shaky, but maybe that's how Concordia like to play. All offense and don't focus on the defense, but they have to. The pressure's starting to build here as Carroll are finding themselves more and more frequently on this offensive third. Oh my word, but Two Dog Lucky, he's finding himself more and more shots as well. That one a bit off the mark, but Concordia, Wisconsin definitely starting to find themselves some decent shots, and if they can pull away with a lead here with 2 minutes to go, they can absolutely secure game number 1.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with you there. This one, again, being a lot more even-handed on this. 2-1 scoreline, plenty of time left for this Carroll University squad to come back, and Carroll technically the lower seed, but again, that's as close as it gets. 100 seconds now, Vision's off the top bar right here, bringing it on back. That's on point, so Riser's hand is forced. Jacob forced to play this one, redirected on up once again, and a solid hit. Now down, and these, I mean, the more time that this ball is just kind of handed back and forth from pitch to pitch side is going to be advantage for Concordia. Oh, wow, okay.
Well, hey, listen, I said the caster curse had to show itself at some point here today. It's not necessarily the best moment for that, but it's the best play we've seen from Visions by far. It clears the lane, just bodying people in front of the net. It's a heck of a way to tie up the game here, Tug, because now all of a sudden with 90 seconds to go, or excuse me, 80 seconds to go, it's a 2-2 ball game. So the next goal most likely will be the last, and we could even see it in an overtime if we go far enough.
Yeah, I would honestly, at this point, would not be surprised if that's what we got. We had a more one-handed affair in game number 1 between Hawking and Midway. I'm going to call it at least no sweep. No broom stays in the closet here for this matchup between Carroll and Concordia.
I really hope so. If we see a sweep, it would just be sort of, I feel unrepresentative is the best way to put this one. It would just not be as proper as what we're seeing back and forth here. Sometimes it's just the way that it goes. The edge is just given to one team barely, slightly, and that's how they end up walking away with the series. But I gotta hope we continue to see this back and forth gameplay, because with 40 seconds to go, we are nearing that overtime. If not for one of these two teams breaking it, though, Maybe Visions can be the one to do so. He'll set up his teammate in the center, but as Two Dog Lucky clears this one out, I was going to say it should be a relief of pressure, but instead the shot on target, but that's not going to be enough. Almost tries to run distractions as Visions yet again, but we got to see something lethal at this point here, Tug. Standard shots are not going to be enough to separate these two teams.
No, they are not. Two Dog Lucky comes from down off the corner, 10 seconds away from OT. Now back, corner plays. Aker trying to get this one up and over, but Riser is able to get vertical with it. Aker up, Aker down. Aker can't quite get this one in. Now going the back the other way. Ground ball, OT achieved.
I'll take it. Listen, I'm never going to complain about OT. OT just means that we get a closer game, and it also means that the stakes are even higher than before. The two teams have to recognize that it's now or never. You need to get yourself a solid strike on target and really define yourself here to start off this series.
Okay.
But that could be a defining play for ZRM, finding themselves an unfortunate miss, and that will end game number 1.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of an odd way to end it, right? 13 seconds into this. It's now almost 2 minutes since the last score between Carroll University and Concordia, and Carroll spends almost the entirety of this game down the like from the unadvantageous position and whatnot. Gotta say, a very interesting game number 1. I would be very, very surprised if Concordia does not win game 2 or 3. Again, very surprised that Carroll ends this one in a sweep. If either team ends this one a sweep, of course not possible for Concordia, at least the 3-0 fashion base.
I would love to see them do it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, they are so good, Tug. They're going to erase that first game and then take 3 in a row. That's how good they are of a team at this point here. And I joke, but seriously, I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we do see all of a sudden Concordia, Wisconsin just run 3 straight games from here on out. Because sometimes you do see that. A team that looked pretty good in game number 1 make a big mistake, and rather than that being detrimental to their mental, instead, it elevates them. It's like poking a grizzly bear. You just wake them up out of hibernation, and now they're ready to go and fight anything anything that might step in their path. So can Concordia find that type of mentality and really pull themselves together here in game number 2? I'd like to hope so, and I really hope so, because otherwise you can see a loss like that getting too far into their mental, and maybe Carroll just run away with a series.
Yeah, I would, again, I'd be very, very surprised if that one happens. I could even see Carroll taking another game. I could see it going into overtime, but, I mean, we're either going to get not a 3-0 situation or literally 3 games that go down to overtime. 3 one-score differences between these two squads, because I think that both of them are definitely saying similar things right now. We need to clean up the edges a lot more. We need to go forth and get passing plays on into this, and then a lot of times it's just a factor of cheating up. Of these 4 or 5 scores in that game 1, I think 4 of these were more open net situation, with one of them being a little bit more earned.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that 100%. At this point, you're going to need to earn it here in game number 2 if you want to try and find yourselves a definitive win. 2Dog Lucky wants to try and get a definitive redirect on target, but uh-oh, that's a bit of an awkward play. ZRM and Aker both dive at the ball in the corner there. That's a double commit that's going to force them back into defense here, and as Aker clears it out to the side, that's pretty much all that they can do. Bit nervous. It does feel like maybe Concordia, Wisconsin find themselves with, oh my, I was going to say a bit of over-aggression to start off game number 2, but is it really over-aggression if it's working out? The first shot is saved, but they have played only pretty much exclusively offense throughout this game.
Wow, yeah, talk about a way to come out to this one. Ball goes out to the half pitch or so. 2Dog Lucky able to pick this one up. Back on over to this right corner. Riser up to it. Like you said, Concordia. And some crazy offense. Both teams looking fresh, but obviously you want to be on that offensive side.
Speaking of that offensive side, they're going to continue on their ways. Concordia, Wisconsin. Oh, wait a minute. I'll eat my words. Finally a breakaway play out of Carroll University, but how long is it going to last? Are they going to get a shot on target? No. ZRM, he actually finds himself in a 1v1. Visions will pop this one high. Now we're starting to see some more resistance out of Carroll University. The first minute entirely in favor of Concordia, Wisconsin, but all of a sudden the second one looking a little bit more even, or maybe even in favor of the team in blue here, because they will have the first real shot, but it's off target, off the post and out. And Concordia, Wisconsin will have to re-prepare themselves as the offense is not over.
No, it is not. Back to the middle right here. That's going to be some unfortunate backboard type situations again. Maybe would have been better having a teammate there. At the same time, you have teammates there. Maybe would have seen scores going not their way thus far as well. Also, a little update action. Carroll University also coming out of Wisconsin. So once again, we are looking at an intrastate, not interstate, but oh my god, Jacob playing like it. Intrastate, within the same state rivalry here, people.
You gotta like that. It means that there's a little bit more on the line here. Not only is there chances of making it through the NECC playoffs here, but like you said, this is gonna be a little bit of a rivalry here. I mean, honestly, you gotta think about it. 2Dog Lucky graduates after this year. He doesn't need to be in school. What's he gonna do? He's gonna go harass the other team if they win this one. He's gonna go bother them after he graduates and let them know we're the better Rocket League team. Jokes aside, though, I do think that there are some bragging rights still to be held here in this game. Like you said, this one's definitely gonna be more than just a normal game. This one's gotta be personal.
Gotta be personal. Across the state right here. Who's the best, right? Who is it really? Oh, even through a demo, even through a bottom round out corner, still can't find nothing.
Oh, and I'm getting nervous because the double commits are starting to become a bit more frequent for Concordia, Wisconsin. We talked about how this was a problem in game number 1, Tug, and to see them doing it again here in game number 2 makes me a bit nervous. They have not given up a goal yet, and they've actually really, I would say, majority of this game been in offense, but we've seen this before. The little things will separate the teams. That's how Concordia, Wisconsin lost the first game. A single whiff left them exposed enough to where all of a sudden Carroll University find the win in overtime. So I'm nervous. Thus far, we haven't seen any glaring mistakes, and when we do see one, that might just be the separating factor.
I would be very surprised if it was not Bass. I feel justified as well. I gotta say, I feel a little vindication action. Both of these teams cleaning up exactly what they need. The only reason there's no scores on board right now is just minor individual performance issues, like that kind of earlier open net type situation. Obviously, it would have been better to have a nicer angle on it, but you move this fast, you're going to miss some of them. Once again, fantastic defense. Aker tries to walk the dog all the way up top right here, and just the other way. 2Dog Lucky is there, back again, ready to block these ones away. That would have been an open net situation. Otherwise, both of these teams have cleaned up all of the edges. We're looking at like sharp, crisp 90-degree angles on there.
Whew. Not only that, they're also doing a good job at building up the wall on defense here. These saves on the line have become so commonplace for either side. Visions reads that one perfectly off the backboard. Not necessarily going to relieve the pressure, though, as Concordia, Wisconsin will continue in their ways. But what happened? Midfield shot's going to make it in. What happened?
That's there. Okay. Yep. All right. I'm the idiot, right? I got my colors mixed up again. I thought Jacob was on the other team, and he just literally was like, nope, screw my teammates. I'm not doing this one. This is for them, and just let it go all the way in. No, he did exactly what he should have done, which is a rotation to get the F out of Dodge as quickly as possible, because that was. All right, you guys. All right, you guys. I see what you're doing. It's a joke. Where's the cameras at? 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. First score comes in from Carroll, and that is answered immediately for Concordia, so we see a lead for 6 seconds.
That's gotta hurt. You fight so long. It's a game with no one scoring, and then triple commit on the line leaves you exposed. That's just gotta hurt. But again, this is why we say the thing that really separates the two teams is, oh my word, not your accuracy on offense, not your ability to put on pressure. It's your ability to stay consistent, making sure that you do not make those errors in the worst of ways. And this could be another one.
What?
No, it's actually Aker who makes the error, rushes the shot, and slams it off the woodwork.
Wow. Aker, just unfortunate. I'm not going to be toxic. Never mind. 1-1 right here, OT. We have another one achieved here in game number 2. Back to the middle. This is Concordia that showed what they can do on kickoffs earlier, right? The initial kickoff was more of a neutral situation, both teams kind of figuring out what they want to do. But the second one was where Concordia took this one and scored within about 6 seconds.
Well, I gotta hope that we don't necessarily see another quick score line, as we've already passed 20 seconds, so technically we've extended ourselves at least a little bit further. I think last time we got to about half a minute or so before the overtime ended. Please don't have that happen again. There is no way that I just called that. Jacob gonna take game number 2 for Carroll.
Wow. Wow, yeah, just unfortunate. This is Carroll really just spending more time on offense, and this is about it. Obviously, taking the dub is good. Obviously, John Madden casting. But the fact of the matter is that Concordia University, given that they kind of showed what they can do off of these kickoffs, right? Also, putting up 12 shots attempted is no bad feat for Concordia, looking at only 5 for Carroll. So much more like quality, quantity type situation for offensive shots. But, sorry, back to my point. The fact that Concordia kind of pointed out that, we can not only deal with the pressure that you guys might put on from getting the first score 4.5 something minutes like that into this game. We can also come back with our own strats off of these kickoffs to go forth and just literally negate anything that you just got, any kind of advantage, any kind of momentum, any kind of good feelings you just got. We just shut it down. Okay. I really felt like that was the biggest look in this game, and another reason why I really feel like this is not going to be another sweep. This is not going to be Carroll taking game number 3. This is Concordia coming back for at least a 3-1 situation. And because it's just so back and forth. It's the only thing that I can really anticipate here.
I'd like to hope that we see exactly that, but I'm also starting to have that thought creep in my mind. You called it earlier as well. It's either going to be back and forth, or it's 3 games in a row that go in favor of one team, and all of them are overtimes. Because I've seen 2 of them. The third one being another 1-goal game wouldn't necessarily surprise me. The only thing that would is if the outcome changes, because so far, I hate to say it, Tug, but this is kind of how it's gone. Carroll and Concordia, even as ever, going into overtime, and then when the pressure is on, Concordia unfortunately crumple underneath it. So we need to see them with a little bit more resilience here. This is a team I know have a good head on their shoulders, but the errors have been an issue for them previously. That's a big bump out of Jacob, but no one will capitalize. But again, this is kind of the issue. We've seen Concordia diving at a lot of balls in risking fashions, and those risks don't pay off. They get punished.
But they will. We'll see kind of how this one goes in the rest of this game. 30 seconds into this one, Jacob playing some fantastic slow plays. This is actually some mental games right here. He's taking out the top and he's twisting on the table. I love it. I love it. It's an Inception reference.
Listen, man.
Not sure if you caught it.
I was about to say, unfortunately, Inception, I'm not even going to lie, that is one of the few Leonardo DiCaprio movies I have not seen. And, well, I will now see it, because here's the thing. Every time I talk about something that I have not seen or have not done, someone proves it possible. Here come Carroll with the first goal of this game.
Nicely done. This one just coming out the same way as happened before. If these aren't like incredibly earned goals, Bass, if these aren't like triple passes into points with at least as many flip resets, then it's going to be off the back of just some absolutely open net play. This is Concordia biting the bullet first on this. Vision's almost getting a tee-off type situation as members of Carroll trying to fend off these defenders for right now.
Ooh, and they're getting a little bit cluttered, I would say. It does feel like we're seeing a lot of players dive at the ball here. The pace of play has definitely increased itself, I would say at least twofold. I think part of that is the fact that Concordia are now rushing themselves into these positions. They recognize it is now or never. Backs against the wall, they need a reverse sweep against their opponents. So what are they going to do? Keep turning up the heat until eventually their opponents cannot stay in the kitchen. I think that so far, though, Carroll University not looking that uncomfortable with the amount of heat that is being given off right now. They're able to keep up with the pace of play rather, I'd say rather comfortably, but it's not necessarily a comfortable lead here.
Oh
right,
my God.
Back. How many curses have I had so far?
I don't know. It's like you're reading incantations out of the ancient book, Bass. I don't know. 3:16 left in this. A 2-0 scoreline for Carroll University. They are singing the praises loud and proud yet again. Concordia really just need to clean up the back edges. They did it in game 2. I have no idea why this isn't happening again in game number 3. They just figured out what it is that they need to do best, and then they just I'm done. I'm so done.
No, we can't escape these at this point here. It really is every time we think we have an idea of what's going on in this game, completely turned around. 2-1 here. It looks like there might be a bit of a turnaround for Concordia, Wisconsin, or at least I'd like to hope so. Again, this is Concordia's last life. This is the only game that they would be able, or excuse me, series they'd be able to play in playoffs if they do not continue from here on out. So to walk into playoffs and walk away without a win, and I mean just a game win, would be oh so disappointing. So let's see, can they at least put up some resistance here in this series? They're starting to get themselves some decent midfield presence. As we get to the halfway point of this game, they seem to be controlling the halfway line a lot better than before. They find a goal to show for it. Still the 1-goal deficit here, as now Carroll will try and increase it as they move back into offense.
Halftime now. Offensive pressures have flipped back and forth. This is going to be Concordia now getting that offensive position for just a few seconds. A decent little rollout here. Reiser buys the team a lot of time. Jacob putting this one across mid-pitch and more. Reiser meeting him there and kind of losing this 50. Bounce back over, picking up boost and looking for the side of... Hey guys, beautiful casters, beautiful casters. 2-2. That's Two Dog Lucky tying this one up. We'll just bring you the radio commentary for right now. They always told me I had a face for radio. Now I get to prove it here, guys.
Well, I appreciate that you were able to articulate what we saw pretty quickly there, as now I believe we are quickly back into the game yet again. 2 minutes to go. All you guys missed was the equalizer there, and I bet you can guess who it was to do so. Two Dog Lucky continuing to be the offensive force for his team. I mean, he literally is the only offensive force here for his team at this point. 4 shots. Meanwhile, Aker and CRM combined 180 points with 0 shots total.
Not good looks so far. Both goals going this player as well. We talked about one-sided offenses. One-dimensional, I think, is the term that I really like that you use, my friend. 100 seconds left on this. Still super, super curious as to where this one will end. Will we get another OT? Will we get 3 OTs in a row? Much less the result, right? Much less a Concordia or Carroll. Will we get 3 OTs in a row? I think that'd be amazing in and of itself. All of these games going down to 1-score differences with, what, I think like 2.5 minutes total of OT time?
I mean, the big thing is also, again, it's not just the fact that we are getting these OTs on repeat. It's that you called it after the first one. You immediately knew that it would be 1-goal games the entire way through, but here's the issue. We've also had the curse be more prevalent than any other series I've ever casted, and, well, the curse shows its ugly head again, 3-2 in favor of CU.
Well-versed in the ancient language Bass from the Past is. There you go. 1-score difference, 75 seconds. Classic. This would be a slightly elongated 60-second drill. What do you do at 60 seconds down, knowing that a score difference of 1, score difference of 10 does not matter? Decent stop attempt there from ZRM. I don't think we've talked enough about this player, but again, like we said earlier, Two Dog Lucky has really been the offensive juggernaut of this Concordia University squad so far.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think that's kind of the issue is that Aker and ZRM, two players that usually are able to stand up to the test of whatever team that they face, but here it really has been the two-dog Lucky show. It's all that the only offense they've seen has been him, and now he's also having to make saves on the other end as well. It feels like Concordia are starting to twist their wires a little bit here and get caught over each other on repeat. The double commits that we've seen become far too frequent, so they need some perfect efficiency here as they approach the last 20 seconds of this game. Two-dog Lucky will put it center. ZRM, though, misses the ball and might have just missed out on a chance to go to the next round because Jacob will put it cross court and the assist will put it into the back of the net. 4-2 with 15 to go, and I hate to say it, Tug, but I think that's curtains.
Yeah, that's going to be curtains. Two-dog Lucky, unfortunately, can't quite get there on the defensive side. Concordio's pouring it all into offense like they needed to here. It's technically possible at 15 seconds, but they have to win this kickoff pretty much right now. That ain't terrible. Okay. Stealing shot. Got to get in, got to score like literally right now. Line up, not going to happen. Oh well. Going to be Concordia. Down in 3, unfortunately. That's Carroll in 3. Maybe another one? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So close. So close to another OT.
So I'll say the same, though, here, Tug. And, well, you called it. It was 3 close games in a row. It was not a 1-goal game at the end there, but it might as well have been because Concordia, they sent the house within the last 10 seconds, and well, it didn't really pay off, unfortunately. But it's a good series from them nonetheless. Well done to Carroll University on moving on to the next round. And well done to Concordia, Wisconsin on a season worth being proud of. It's not necessarily the best result, like I said, but it is not a bad one at all. They really did leave their entire heart out on the pitch, and it was well played all around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We might get a little interview action going later, but for now, we continue on through our brackets. I would love to get a peek in the mind of this Carroll University squad, like been a fly on the wall for those comms in between game 2 and 3. We'd really, really love to know what changed there, because we obviously saw that. But, yeah, as it is. Moving on along here, looking at the stream schedule, we're looking at the HCC Dragons. It's T1 versus the UNCA Blue Squad. Now, we talked about seeding. A little bit of a difference here, right?
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a tad. You know,
1 seed versus 8 seed. Yeah, the Dragons, the 1st seed, taking on the 8th seed. If we just saw decently close matchups between 3 seed and 6 seed, 4 seed and 5 seed, if the theme is to continue, we may see another 3-0 here between the Dragons and the UNCA Blue. If anything, hey, UNCA, take that as like the fire, the gumption, the vim and the vigor, right? There's no way that UNCA Blue could even finish this match in anything but a 3-0 loss up against the number 1 seed, the juggernauts, the Dragons. There you go. If that's not a motivation for you, I'm not sure what will be.
Oh, gotta hope that's enough motivation to carry them through this break, because unfortunately we are going to have to hop off for just a little bit, but do not go anywhere. When we return, like we said, number 1 versus number 8 seed, you guys are not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League playoffs. We're here in the quarterfinals. My name is Bash the Pass, and joined alongside once again by the lovely Tugboat. And Tug, we're back here with, let's call it a little bit more of a one-sided affair this time. We have got the HCC Dragons versus UNCA Blue. We say this one might be a little bit more one-sided because it is the #1 seed versus the #8. The Dragons have been dominant throughout their competition thus far. But maybe here in playoffs, this is where they find some resistance.
I'm with it. We have been seeing some decently even matchups, the 3 seed and 6 seed, Hawking and Midway to start this one off. Carroll University and Concordia going down to 1-score differences pretty much every time until that game 3 that was a 2-score difference. But now what is on the docket is, on paper, a little bit more of a one-sided affair. The HCC Dragons coming on here, like you said, the #1 seed. I would love, as a Carolina boy myself, watch the University of North Carolina go forth and do this. But we got to talk about the Dragons first. That's Howard Community College, y'all. Arrow, General Studies major of a freshman. Logs and Trees coming on in, the computer science. Although I would say that science more has to do with logs and trees than computers. But Newble coming on in, the General Studies sophomore, to round out this Howard Community College Dragon squad.
This is a squad we've seen time and time again. Again, we talk about the veterans here in the NECC. This is a team that's been around for, I want to say, basically the inception of this team. It's been of this league. It's been a long time coming for this team to do well. The question is can they actually perform when the time comes? Because they've got some competition on their hand. On the other side here for UNCA, we have got Sheik, Paja, and Zyrex. And I'm hoping that this team can really live up to their expectations. They've made it into the playoffs and just barely done that, but now they've got their biggest task yet in the #1 seed in HCC. I believe that they can get this done here, Tug, but this is not going to be an easy battle for them.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Standard format, though. Best of 5 action, little 5-minute games and whatnot. And nothing really all the way new here for this matchup right here. Just going to be a lot for UNC to have to come on in and kind of prove on this one. 2 seniors and a freshman. I think they can get it done.
I'd like to think so. I know they can get this done. I know we can see a good back and forth here, but again, it's not really up to us. I think it's not even up to HCC. The Dragons are probably going to be pretty comfortable here in this lobby. It's up to UNCA. If Asheville can get this one done, this should be a pretty good back and forth. But again, we really need to see that. We need to see a game number 1 that takes us not just by surprise, but really shows us off strong. So let's see what they've got. Game number 1 just about underway.
Yeah, we're almost getting there. Everybody in the lobby. Everybody lined up. Engines are a-roaring. Let's get on to it here.
I want to see a good back and forth, but again, this is really going to be up to the UNCA side. And oh boy, yep. That is not the start that we were necessarily looking for there. Immediate offensive pressure out of the HCC Dragons means that we might be in for another long haul.
10 seconds into this one. Bounce back and forth. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left on this one. Little demo action across the middle. Paja going to be holding this one on tee off on it. That Zyrex down bottom looking to get up to this, but doesn't have a whole lot of boost. Then kind of twist and turns on top of themselves. Try and get that one on. New Bull, stopping and dropping this one to the right side. Picking it up is Sheik. Logs and trees up to it, but Zyrex beats him there.
Well, could have been a big goal for Zyrex and the rest of UNCA had they been able to find that initial strike, but just barely off the mark, and it's going to leave them vulnerable for now. 40 seconds into this one, and here comes the first breakaway here out of the HCC Dragons instead. Logs and trees, tries to get that one center, but not quite able to do so, so instead it's Arrow to send it to the backboard. Where's the shot? It will not be found as Sheik pops that one out to the side, and I gotta say, Doug, game number 1, a lot of resistance out of UNCA Blue. They do not look like they're uncomfortable in this lobby.
No, they do not. Zyrex, Sheik, and Paja doing a fantastic job so far to kind of keep away the onslaught of offensive pressure the Dragons are very, very well known for. Still keeping it on scoreless as well. Minute plus on into this one. On board with Sheik now. Looking to run this one down. New Build down bottom. Zyrex looking to chow a little bit, but Paja is going to be the one to take this one away. Now rounding it around until Arrow has something to say. Gets a hand on it and sends it flying across the middle. Logs and trees down bottom. Solid pickup. Forced to block it is Sheik. Paja now bringing this one out. That's going to be decently on point. Zyrex, I think, beats feet and burns everything boost-wise to get up to this one. Now we go back on fourth. Little offense, little defense action.
And a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of, I would just say testing the waters, if you will. Trying to feel out your opponents and figure out what's going to be enough. Simple shots like that as Logs and Trees tries testing defense is clearly not going to be enough to penetrate and get past. So 3 minutes of play left here. Neither team been able to open up the score line, and definitely not for a lack of trying. That's a big miss on the back end. Logs and Trees can't quite read it initially, so all he can do is clear it out to the corner. So now UNCA with a chance to strike, but they will retreat. Arrow with a booming clear is going to relieve a lot of pressure, and actually now put it on the other end to the backboard. This is open. Logs and Trees fakes out one, and Arrow recognizes the touch is coming, so he will instead just keep this on the half. The Dragons, a slow burn play right now, just trying to keep up the pressure until eventually UNCA breaks.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Bass. On paper, it looked like, okay, like just like jump in at these, right? Like throw that ball as quickly as you can towards this goal, but would have been blocked away. Patience was a virtue. That was our UNCA player playing the perfect kind of cool hand Luke type game. Just literally waiting for it. He did what he could to shank this out to the right side and keep his teammates and their offensive aspirations alive. Wow, okay, Arrow from down bottom. Paja gets nothing but a front row seat to this one. 109 kilometers per hour is going to be the fastest in a while as well, Bass.
Indeed it will be, and honestly, it's also a beautiful shot at that, just kind of sneaking it in under that last defender, and it was also somewhat inevitable, I'd have to say as well. UNCA were really struggling on the back line to try and clear that one out, and the Dragons, considering that they had been getting better and better with their offense throughout this game, yeah, you kind of expected that one to hit the back of the net, and I wouldn't be surprised if this does as well, but Zyrex, he'll get in the way and at least disrupt, and potentially even take this to the other end. They've got boost in the tank, and they've got to clear airspace. Can someone stop
Oh my!
them? No, they cannot! Zyrex with a dunk to open it up for UNCA.
Talk about a tie. That's going to be a strangulation factor for the side of the Dragons. My God, talk about really just giving this one right back to him. 103 seconds left. That is going to be the flashiest goal on broadcast tonight. Is that a fair statement?
I would say so. Unless we see some flip resets and something spectacular later on, I think that dunk has rung around the league. And now let's see, can we find a response here out of the HCC Dragons, though? Not quite quite yet. Arrow's going to pop this one out to the side, and Newbold doesn't really want to commit on that one. Just kind of playing it patiently. Again, this is kind of what the Dragons do. They put on this pressure. They wait until eventually they find a crack, and they strike while the iron is hot. How can they do that again here? Newbold in the corner. Pops it a bit too high, though, so Sheik's going to be able to clear it out to midfield where Arrow is waiting. He will, again, another heavy touch, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe the Dragons are playing this a bit haphazardly. There's a lot of boomer ball going on right now, Tugs. Just heavy touch after heavy touch, rather than trying to actually develop a play.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Sheik on the other side, giving it right back to them yet again. UNCA Blue, if they're the 8th seed, Fast, nobody told them. They are not playing like it. Yep. I love it. I absolutely love how competitive this game is right now.
Well, it's a great block by Sheik as well to keep it competitive here. So with 40 seconds left, we're looking like we could go to overtime. It's not a guarantee considering that both teams have had good chances on either end, and a single good chance could be the thing separating the two squads. Or that could be it as well. An own goal at HCC is going to leave them down by 1.
Wow, so Zyrex puts this up and over, but that is not going in by itself, my friend. Zyrex, with the assistance of Paja within game, and the assistance of an opponent. Kind of coming on in there, unfortunately. Dragons almost giving up another one right here. I gotta say, their off-kickoff performance hasn't been too great either. I mean, HCC Dragons, you come to expect a lot from them, right, as number 1 seed.
I think that this has been a game where they're still kind of testing the waters, if you will. A lot of these boomer shots are not really necessary, and oh boy, is that another own goal? Did we just get another eye for an eye scenario?
Hey, ask Hammurabi. 2-2. Right here. That is just a crash-in situation. Yeah, 128 kilometers. That's going to be our new fastest.
It's a good shot at that. I'll give credit where it's due. The Dragons find themselves with a huge opportunity, and they really do make the most of it. And can Arrow do that again? Blocking the flip reset, or maybe even a double touch into the top left, and with 2 seconds to go, the Dragons will take the lead.
Talk about taking the lead indeed, Bass in the past. Down by 2 scores, down by 1 scores, it don't matter. They come back, tie it up, and now take the lead at 2 seconds to go here. UNCA Blue has a kickoff and not much more.
Oh my, that's got to be devastating, though, if you are a fan of UNCA. They look so good. They look like they have the ability to not just turn that one around, but to really upset the team there, to set the tone in game number 1 and give them the best chance possible to really change this series as a whole. Doug just didn't. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt if you're UNCA, but I also hope that it does at least somewhat propel their mental, because you're the 8th seed and you almost just took it to the number 1 seed. So, yeah, forget it. Who cares about numbers at this point?
Yeah. I feel like this is also just a situation that if there was another, 30 seconds on this clock and the UNCA Blue squad had, another, 2 honest offensive attempts, right? 15-second offensive attempts and then more of a volleyball situation at the end, we may have seen a tied situation. The UNCA looked like they were just playing pressure was not an issue. There was no such thing as stress or anxiety in this world. I love to see this, especially from the team, going back to it, because this is the information we have to go off of. Number 1 seed, number 8 seed, the lowest seed possible within our playoff bracket. Again, UNCA Blue, not playing like it. Playing like just the memory of a goldfish. It's right in front of them. Putting in the past the fact that any kind of past performances and kind of seeding from other stuff, any kind of personal competitions they've had with these players before, any kind of results from these teams they've had before in scrims, and just playing the Rocket League game in front of them.
Well, let's see. Can they play the Rocket League game that they do have at hand here? I'd like to hope so, and I do believe so. I really do think that UNCA can shake off the devastating loss of game number 1 and find themselves a strong response in game number 2, but again, it is not going to be easy, especially considering that already we are back onto offense here for the HCC Dragons. Doesn't look like it's quite done yet. They might try to get it out to midfield here, but actually, maybe Paja can do something here. She takes a shot on target, and starting to wonder if maybe UNCA are finding themselves a little bit of extra confidence from that loss. Again, that poking the bear mentality. You've just woken them up out of hibernation.
Yeah, seriously. A lot of offense spin. Paja sends this one back the other way. 40 seconds into this one, the Dragons have spent a lot of this time on this defensive side, getting right past Paja. 100% boost to work with, but can't quite get behind this one. Rotate in time to hit it and get it where it needs to go. Zyrex, nice hit up. This should send it to the middle and really put this one up, but Paja just kind of with a weaker redirect. Arrow's going to pick it up. Arrow, run of their own. Back on up, right corner. Everybody kind of fighting for this one. Arrow, weaker hit down bottom. Zyrex easily deals with it. Logs and trees, floating through the air, right side to left side. Puts this up for Sheik. Another change of possession here.
You feel the tension right now. Both of these teams are definitely taking this one a lot more methodically than the first game, Tug. No longer those heavy touches into open area nearly as prevalent. We're still seeing some heavy touches, don't get me wrong, but it does feel like both teams are now on this ball a little bit more aggressively. Newball has any boost in the tank, that is almost guaranteed a goal for the Dragons, but unfortunately, without resources means that they are not going to be able to get on the board quite yet. And as we approach 2 minutes of play, neither team has been able to get on the board here, and definitely not for a lack of trying. Again, there's been no room to breathe at this point here. Both teams are on the ball like white on rice, and let's see if maybe they can also find themselves a goal to show for it. ACC Dragons approach offense again, and they will put a shot into the back of the net. Arrow beats out the last defender and puts the Dragons on the board.
Yeah, I mean, who else but Arrow? This player has been doing everything so far for their squad. They've shown up on defense. Now they show up on offense here in a game 2. They really, really need this one as well.
They take this one, I really do think it's also going to erase all of the difficulties they had in game number 1, Tug. Again, when you are the Dragons and when you are the number 1 seed facing the number 8 seed, you come into this one with not only overwhelming confidence, but sort of this idea of how you think the series is going to go. So when all of a sudden that idea kind of goes out the window because the team puts up some resistance, it's up to you to reestablish the pecking order, and I think that they have done exactly that. Logs and Trees puts in the second goal here for the Dragons.
Yeah, this doesn't happen without Newbull as well. On this other side, yes, Sheik, technical own goal. They had to pop up at this one and try and play it, though. So that trajectory was true. Would have just gone right over their heads otherwise. So, again, better to play it and try it than not. Everybody misreads angles frequently. Great game of Rocket League, right?
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Listen, like we talked about, it's not necessarily about not making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Even professional players make mistakes on a pretty frequent basis. It's about capitalizing upon them. It's about making up for them if you are the teammates of that player that makes that mistake, and really being able to close out those gaps. Again, we've seen opportunities, but if you don't make the most of them, is it really even an opportunity? And, well, speaking of not making the most of them, 2 players missed for the ACC Dragons, meaning this should be the end of their offense, but no, Sheik actually will take this one the other way, and oh boy, panic ensues in front of the net. Double commit out of the Dragons going to leave them vulnerable, but no one's there to punish. Once again, we talk about being opportunistic, and UNCA just a bit too behind the ball.
Yes, maybe just a little less snap too than they need to. I mean, yes, they're ahead by 2, so, you know, there's no, like, comeback situations right now. Weak rebound here out, but Arrow just can't quite get much more than off a backboard type situation. Zyrex, wrong way, unfortunately. Pinch play, Newbull, excuse me. Puts this one way too high, though. Logs and Trees trying to field it through 2 defenders, not going to be able to. Logs and Trees the only one getting a pop play up across this middle. Paja, decently centered, but more of a bouncer than a direct shot. That's a little bit better, but Newbull gets the horns up into it.
See, though, can they find themselves some sort of escape here, though? It's been quite some time since the Dragons have been able to get out of their half, and if UNCA can find themselves a goal here, they can start that comeback and really give themselves a chance at this series overall, because if they lose this one, they need to reverse sweep the number 1 seed in order to survive, and I don't think we can over-explain or overestimate how difficult of a task that is. The Dragons have lost a single series throughout this entire season. So, hello to you beautiful people at home. Let's give you some while we're here, because we don't necessarily need to focus on the game. Let's focus on the stats at hand. Like we said, 8-1 are the Dragons. The only time they take a loss is actually their final game of the season, in which they get swept by the U of SC Gamecocks. So it's one of these things.
Oh, really? That's awesome. That's me. That's
your school?
That's my alma mater.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
I got the other blanket right here. That's awesome. That's awesome. Carolina boys taking this squad to task, and just like that, back into it, and just in time. This was all planned, people. It was all part of the plan.
What we do is we mention Carolina, you give them their buff because you get on screen, and then all of a sudden they just take on off, dog. Yeah, it's magical, Tug, and that's all you.
The Carolina buff. I love it. 23 seconds left on in this one. UNCA Blue just has one solid play, one win kickoff. Nope, gonna have to get this one off. Once again, lower, slow blows like that is going to burn 5-6 seconds off at least. That's not a bad look, though. Paja continuing on presence across this middle. That's going to take it across the backboard. Nope, shanked right. Going to pretty much have to keep it aloft after this.
Gonna try. I know that they can, but I'm thinking it's a little bit unlikely. At this point, all you gotta do is let the ball touch the ground, and they will. Okay, the Dragons will take game number 2 here as well. Less dominant fashion, let's say.
Yep.
This was, it felt a little bit more back and forth, but I still do wonder, are UNCA in this one mentally? Because it's got to be so devastating. Imagine taking 2 losses in a row where you almost upset the number 1 seed.
Yeah. Games 1, game 2, coming on in here, 1 score difference. Brutal looks the first game, given that the Dragons, were able to swoop in on this one at 2 seconds and take it, but these are situations you have to deal for. Obviously, you don't want to deal with that bash in the past, then you come onto that one more than 1 up, right? That's not what the UNC boys found themselves in. The situation they found themselves in, unfortunately. But like you said, I just think the UNCA Blue, the Howard Community College Dragons just played a much more even game in that game number 2. Obviously, a lower scoring affair and whatnot comes a little bit closer to going to overtime as well, given that we saw the ball kept aloft type situation, 20 seconds or something like that, 15 seconds or so afterwards, and some solid looks after that. Passes into points, so that's the big thing here for this UNCA squad. The Dragons have it down. They're also very, very well taking advantage of when there's openings up in this defense and being able to get these lofting balls in, especially when UNCA decides to cheat up and stuff. But regardless, game 3, possibly the last one, coming on in here in just a second. Bass, anything else for a very, very short break?
I don't really think much. Basically, just stay tuned. We're working through some technical difficulties, but we promise you we will be back in a second. So, like Tug said, quick break, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change.
All right, and we are back into the action. We told you it would be a quick break. Here we go. Game number 3 and potentially the last one of the series if we do not see a response here out of UNCA. They've had 2 good games in a row thus far, Tug, but now they need to pull out all the stops and keep the series alive.
Well, that's fair. They've had 2 good games, but they did lose those 2 games. Now they need 3 great ones. Those are dubs. If those happen in overtime, if those happen in big, 5-score differences like we've seen on stream already, then that's a-okay. Dub's a dub. Need 3 of them, though. UNCA getting back to it. Arrow through this top, looking for a target. That's going to be Paja taking it across the middle, and UNCA Blue striking first. Love to see it.
That's a little bit of a haphazard play. I'm wondering if maybe that was a bit too risky, if you will. I'm glad that Paja gets on the board, but hey, listen, we talk about this a lot, Doug. The fundamentals are fundamental for a reason, and as much as you have had 2 good games in a row, let's not forget HCC. This is the number 8 seed who have taken you to 2 one-goal games in a row. Y'all probably shouldn't get this comfortable quite yet.
Yeah, definitely not. Back passes like that, especially close when nobody's in position, fully. Players are basically there, but not there yet. Can't agree with you more, Bass. Can't agree with you more. Arrow, we're going to find that bullseye. His second tap goes the same exact place onto backboard here as Logs and Trees looking to get involved. Pass down bottom. Zyrex breaks it up. Would have been perfect otherwise, though. That's going to be new bull all day long. Wrecking house like he's in the China shop.
Dude, come on. This redirect from Newbull is filthy beyond compare.
Yes.
And honestly, you can't really blame the defense for not being able to get around that one. That's one of those things where you see the shot and go, there's no way he hits this, right? And then he does, and you go, well, GG's, run it back. And, well, that's what they have to do here. 1-1 with just about 3.5 minutes to play, and it's plenty of time for UNCA to get back into this game. But I would say that after the first goal went in from UNCA, there was an attitude adjustment from the Dragons.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. Playing like just a lot more serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes, 24 seconds left on into this one. Arrow has done a great job of keeping this ball on in towards this UNCA blue side, and it spends a couple winks of an eye over there until going back to mid-pitch, actually. People still fighting over it. Logs and trees there. Zyrex now starting a solid offensive opportunity here for UNCA blue for the first time in about 60 seconds here, Bass.
They're not necessarily able to hold on to it for too long, though, is the unfortunate thing. Newbull with a beautiful pinch out to midfield is really going to relieve all of that pressure. And this is something we've seen as an issue for UNCA. They do get into that final third, but whereas the Dragons have extended stays there, they've got a hotel card that they, are just racking up rewards on. For UNCA, it's a one and done. They check into the motel, check back out the next day, and we got to see a switch up. It feels like this team absolutely could be more lethal. We just need to spend more time in this final third.
Yeah. Straight up time of possession situation at this point. Take it to the numbers ever so briefly. The game is not really reflecting that so much outside of these saves. 3 saves from UNCA Blue. Back to it. That's the Dragons. Yes, sir. All day long. Twice on Sundays. Just like that. 5 shots attempted for the Dragons. UNCA Blue only putting up 2 thus far.
Such a nice save, too. That's got to hurt. When you make a save that nice, you really want to have something to show for it. But when there's an immediate follow-up from another player, is there really anything to show for it at all? Yeah. 2:20 to go here, and the Dragons, they've got a lot to show in this series. So far, they really have been the more dominant of the two teams. But again, it's not as if it's been uncontested. UNCA really have put on a lot of decent pressure against them. Like we say, it's just time of possession. They need more time in this final third.
Doubling up Zyrex and team, and I believe that was Sheik, not 100% sure, but I love the look at it, right? One player actually playing it, stopping and going, another one there just waiting for somebody to take it away. Those are kind of like the really confident looking offenses. They're going to be good so far. That's Zyrex making this one up in the backfield in that situation. Otherwise, back up to it. Sheik gets into position, kind of pre-jumps it. Can't quite get there as members break it up down bottom. Dragons still enjoy a 1-score lead.
Do indeed. Logs and trees barely able to get back to that one, though, and it does feel like UNCA are breaking out of their half a lot more easily. We talked about how the Dragons had extended stays on their half, but it doesn't really feel like it's as extended anymore. At minimum, there's resistance to push it out to midfield, and then the Dragons need to restart their offense all over again. A good example there is Newbull has no option but to send it back out to midfield and restart one more time. How much time is there left? Only about a minute here for UNCA to try and break the streak. It's been 2 games in a row in favor of the Dragons, and it could be a third, but Paja,
nice.
A beautiful stop on the line, is going to keep this one alive. Tug, we've got one last chance for the boys from Carolina to get this one done.
I love Paja's patience on that one yet again. Just kind of waiting, didn't have a whole lot of boost to be had. Didn't need it, though. Just simply played their position down bottom, got that block in perfectly. 37 seconds, we see a change in the HCAC Dragons offense. This is going to be more of a burn time type situation. They know it. They've got to be uncomfortable with how close this has been so far, right?
I have to almost guarantee it at a certain point. This has been such a close game. Again, the first 2 games, both 1-goal ball games. Now here in the third, it could be the exact same result. I mean, it's going to be the exact same no matter what. But could it happen in an overtime? The answer is almost yes. 12 seconds to go, and barring a kickoff goal, we might just be heading to that OT.
Yeah, I mean, we say that, though. 2 seconds is where this game solidified in game number 1 at a 3-2 scoreline. Of course, that was for the Dragons. 12 seconds away from it, though. Only have a little bit of action right here, and then the ball kept aloft type situation. And keeping that ball aloft, of course, it will only be advantage Dragons, right? UNCA Blue has to actually win here, and the best situation they would find themselves in is another lineup after that, unless this is a really high-flying offense. There it is. Logs and trees stopping it. Zyrex beating feet to get back to it. New bull, up, over,
No.
pop in, shot down. That's overtime.
I know every single Dragons fan in here is absolutely cursing me for saying no on that one, but I want to see the series continue. I don't want to see yet another sweep, especially when it is such a close game that should not be. Again, we cannot overestimate how big of a comeback or turnaround this would be from UNCA Blue. They were the number 8 seed. Overall in the season went 2-7. That is half of their wins is the amount of losses that Howard took this entire season. So you've got an uphill task, but unfortunately, you didn't quite bring the supplies. The Avalanche will come crumbling down, and as a result, the Howard Community College Dragons will move on.
Yeah, unfortunate, but it is going to be that way. And I can't agree with you more, Bass. Like, how interesting, right? On paper, the Hawking College and Midway University squad, that matchup should have been, like, decently close, but not really. And then it's just, 5-1 in the game one. By the end of it, Hawking College doing the exact same thing the other way. You usually don't see, like, these huge switches of, like, momentum, right? A lot of times, close games, you see stuff like 3-2, 2-1, 3-2 overtime, like in this 1 seed versus 8 seed, right? So everybody really playing their hearts out so far here, the NECC playoffs so far. And I just really, really love to see it. I just really love to see it. We'll be looking at a little interview action coming on into this one. We only have winners in the interview box, of course. Only have winners in the interview box between Logs and Trees, New Bull, and Arrow. Well, you know what? Let's make it a surprise here. We'll decide in the break. We'll be back with a player here in just a little bit, guys.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb.
And we are back, we are here, and we are live. The mystery is over. You have turned the page. We got Logs and Trees coming in here to give us a minute of his time after the win here. Logs and Trees, you with us?
I'm here. Happy with the win.
I would be too if I was you. I would be too. Congratulations, sir. Bass, take it away.
All right, well, first question I got to ask you guys here is did you expect the resistance you guys just got? Because that was a team, again, 8th seed, 2-7 on the season, not necessarily the best results, and then all of a sudden we get 3 one-goal games in a row, including an overtime game number 3. Was that kind of a surprise for you guys, or was it just one of these things where you started to see the resistance and went, all right, I guess this is how we're playing?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little surprising, to be honest. Like, I think they definitely got better than they used to be. But it was also, we kind of didn't play to our best ability, to be honest. I think we left a lot of plays on the field where we could have executed better.
Interesting. All right, well, I like the vulnerability and that sort of admittance of that. So I got to ask you then, are you confident going into the next rounds? Because it sounds like in your mind, you guys still have a little bit of work to be done before you get into the rest of this playoffs.
Yeah, we got some work to do for sure, but I think we'll clean it up and we'll be just fine.
There you go. I like it. I like it. Not conceited, but confident. I'm with it, Logs and Trees. I'm with it, Logs and Trees. Now, my question really stands here. The score difference remained the same. 1 score difference, no overtime situations, but you really do see the pace of play between both of these teams really change. Now, your squad was in control of that for the most part. I want to ask what the cause that change in pace and play was, if there was really anything that you had to say on the matter.
No, we kind of just had our rotate set, and we just, we're trying to clean up comms and stop rotating ball side, and we just slowly improved as the series went on, and I think we just put it away. Yeah.
There you go.
Series.
There you go. Another day at the office. Another day at the office.
Yes, sir.
Last question here. You have obviously pushed on in here. Single elimination tournament this is, with the playoff contentions and whatnot. Are there any teams in particular that you guys are looking forward to playing against, or maybe a little bit pensive about playing against?
Looking forward to, for sure, because we've played all these guys before. We know LVC, we know Hood. We're ready to beat them again. Like, we're ready for the matchups.
There you go.
Looking forward to
I was
them.
trying to draw the content out, and I finally got some. I struck gold, people. I struck gold. There you go. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Logs and Trees, I want to thank you for coming on in and giving us a minute of your time after the game here. Congratulations on the 3-0 victory yet again. I want to ask if you have any shout-outs before we get you on out of here in the next matchup on broadcast.
Absolutely. I'd like to shout out my teammates, of course. Nubel and Arrow, the big guys. I'd like to shout out Coach Kairos, Director Winkle, everybody in the game room, cheering us on. Yes, sir. And then we got everybody at home watching too. Like to thank them.
Gotcha. On the fans, views, coaches, support squads, and teammates, of course. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Logs and Trees, again, thank you for your time, sir. Good luck in the ensuing competitions you will find yourself in.
Thank you for the great cast, guys. Have a good one.
Not a problem. Not a problem. FBI Tugboat and Bash in the Past still here. We got next on stream. Let me get this up. That is going to be Grandview. Yes, Grandview Red taking on the MSUM Dragons. Another Dragon squad coming on in here for our next matchup. This is going to be a 2 seed on 7th seed here, Bass.
Which, I mean, hey, listen, we've been underestimating the underdogs all day long, and one of them's already won their matchup, the 5th seed taking down the 4th seed, and then now we might just see it again. Can the 7th seed actually put up some resistance? Unfortunately, you're not going to find out quite yet. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but when we return, we will have our 4th matchup of the day, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that stack, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I take the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC Rocket League playoffs. We are here in the quarterfinals, and we are here with our fourth matchup of the day, as we have got Grandview University versus Minnesota State University of Moorhead. My name is Basman Pastor, alongside by the final time tonight, my main man, FBI Tugboat. And Tug, here we go. We got the 7th seed versus the number 2 seed here, and this could be a bit of a one-sided affair, but if everything we've seen the rest of the night has, shown what could be, this may not necessarily be as one-sided as we might anticipate.
Exactly. It was a 3-0 fashion, but it was a one-score difference in every game of the 1 seed versus 8 seed that we just saw on broadcast. That was UNCA Blue, the University of North Carolina Asheville squad, taking on the Howard Community College Dragons. Again, Dragons, they lost a match last week, 3-0 fashion. They lost 2 other maps throughout the entire freaking season, and then almost dropped not 1, not 2, but 3 games. Took it to a 1-score difference every time, and the last game within that overtime situation as well. We got a chance to sit down with one of these Dragons players and kind of talk to them about some of the strats and whatnot, and they even kind of said, hey, this wasn't a Dragon squad that was breathing all of its fire or whatever, right? Wasn't firing on all cylinders. They were still kind of keeping a little bit back, but still, simple fact was the UNCA took them close. Now we see a 2 seed and a 7th seed on a day when the seeding has just mattered less than what you'd see on paper.
Man, that's the playoffs magic. Every once in a while, you see a team get in the playoffs, and they are a completely different team than you had seen ever before. I mean, really good example of that is go looking at Collegiate and EU right now. CRL Rocket League, when it comes to EU, one of the teams that just made it in, that made it 2 Worlds, was, I think, the 4th in their group. And that's out of 4 different groups. So to give you a reference to how much the playoffs really are a different space, well, that's what we're saying. There's magic in the air, and as well as that, there's also lineups that we've got to take a look at here. So let's start off with MSUM and see what they have got. Oh, never mind. Let's go to the other side. Grand Valley is going to be the... Grandview, excuse me. It's going to be the first team that we take a look at, as it is Dior, Sky, and Zombie Face. And similar to what we had seen before, not necessarily a young team here. 2 seniors, meaning this is their last shot at playoffs. So can they do what they set out to and win their division?
I gotta say, there's a little bit of irony, right, to a player named Zombie majoring in biochemistry and biotechnology, right? there's a little bit of irony there, people. A little bit of irony. Dior 98 coming on in, business admin, concentration on marketing. Did some marketing in college myself. Big shout out. Sky, business admin as well. Just this is solo dolo. He's not concentrating on marketing. He's concentrating on business administration. Taking a look at your Minnesota State University squad. That is the Dragons. Coming on in here, first off, we have, this is the player's tag, not making a comment on their play, Trash, computer science senior out of, again, MSU Dragons. Stewie coming on in, broadcast journalism and sports communication. Hey, throw an E on in there and you'll be a little bit more mathematical, right? Sophomore out of here, getting it done. Grant Dot, graphic design, sophomore. Love to see it. Love to see it.
And you really do love to see a team built like this, where it is such a just diversity of who is going to be playing on the team. Completely different majors all around, but one thing they do have is a little bit younger of a team. 2 sophomores instead of 2 seniors on the side, meaning that maybe they've got that, that youthful energy within them, Tugboat. But is that going to be enough to take down this opponent? The thing is that these are 2 pretty solid teams, and in addition to being 2 pretty solid teams, they've matched up before. And last time that they matched, let's say the Dragons had a rough time. Swept. 3-0 Grandview take them down in the 3rd week of the season. So this is a bit of a revenge story here. For Minnesota State at this point, they want to prove that they are not only going to be a contender against this team, but that the last result that they had was just a fluke, and that's it.
Yeah, just some regular season action. No playoff magic, like you said there earlier. The pressure, the pressure and the lights and the sounds and everything else like that now being on broadcast here as well. And it's single elimination. You can drop 2 maps, but then you gotta take 3 regardless else to win on in and continue on your playoff run. You drop it here, that'll be it for both of these squads. Let's get on into it here at Bass from the Past. Once again, that's Trash, Stewie, and Grant making up your Minnesota State University Dragons. That is gonna be on the left side in the blue.
see. Can they do anything to start off this game, though? Again, this is one of these things where the Dragons come into this one with a lot of work left to be done. They're a solid team. They've proven themselves that time and time again with 3 wins throughout the season, but they really need to turn up the heat here in game number 1 and set the tone, especially considering that Grand View already going for shots like this. Sky high flying and, well, through the skies. Lives up to their name and finds the first goal.
Getting quite aerial with it rather early as well. 26 seconds on into this. Not the fastest, not the quickest goal we've seen on stream today, but perhaps some sort of amalgamation of both. Grant, get a little bump from behind. Doesn't like his dance. Pushes it on over to Stewie. It's me, Stewie trying to bring this one out and in. There's some popping from the ceiling. Trash gets there. Can't not get on into the bottom, get this one sung on into the right side. A couple of misses right there, actually. Dior, first of those. Sky looking to walk the dog on in. Flip reset attempt, not going to matter when you get blocked off.
Oh, but they might have the flip reset on the follow-up. Dior, again, like you said, blocked off here by Trash. And I will admit, this is a pretty solid defense being shown out of MSUM and doing a good job, the Dragons, at holding off this Grand View attack. But not necessarily finding attacks on the other end of their own. So far, a single shot throughout this game as over a minute has passed, and a second goal will find the back of the net. Grandview with some fancy passes in front of the net and a dunk to finish it off.
Yeah, that one just shanked on in from this left side. Passes and passes into points, man. I said it before, and I will say it again. Dior just cutting across right here after he realized that the double commit from these defenders would have blocked that one away. Grandview, that's the red squad, coming on in here. The 2 seed getting it done thus far. There's a third, Bass.
Uh-oh. I'm a bit nervous here. The floodgates have kind of opened up, and I don't know if anybody's made copies of the key because they need to shut this down very quickly. It feels like the Dragons, while they had a chance to set the tone here in game number 1, they just like to set their feet on the ground, get planted a little bit here, and try and take their head out of the clouds, as they really do need to focus up. 3.5 minutes to go. There's time for them to make the comeback, but not if Grandview continue on their winning ways. They might be able to find even more goals here with so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, this is still plenty of time to get in on this one and make sure that a 3-score lead is nothing by the time this reads 0, but that's going to be so much harder with Grandview Red putting up a 4th. Maybe we were just due for another slobber knocker, right? When we got Carroll and you got Concordia, those were, or no, excuse me, that was Hawking College and Midway, right? A 5-1 route to begin this one off, a 4-1 for Hawking College to come back in game 3, and then a similar situation for 2 status. Maybe just a big blowout game was what was on the docket.
Listen, it happens on occasion, and I will say, again, this is not necessarily the most unexpected of results here, considering the fact that Dragons, the last time that they matched up against Grandview, like we said, it was a 3-0 sweep in favor of the red team. So, yeah, you gotta wonder if maybe history will repeat itself here. But the good thing is we're starting to see some more resistance. Dragons starting to bop this out of their own half with a little bit more aggression. Now can they actually find a goal to show for it? Not quite yet. The dunk from Sky is actually going to send this one the other way, and forced to make a save on the line there. Still able to keep it out, but how far can they take it? And can they get it to the other half and really get some offense together? Apparently not. Sky with time and space in the air. They'll get it around one. They'll get it around another, but they cannot get around the last defender. The flip reset, looking fancy, looking clean, but not quite enough to hit the back of the net.
Not going to quite be enough on this one. Dior running out to this left side, trying to bring it on down. Stewie shoots in at this one, not going to find anything on the other side. Sky now escorting this one through. Trash tries to meet him on the other side. Can't quite get it done from the ceiling now in the middle. Nice job on the Dragons blocking this one away, but still a 4-0 lead haunts them.
I kind of feel like we're seeing a big difference between the two teams as well, is that Grandview, each one of their individual players is able to dismantle a defense and really put on threatening opportunities on repeat. Meanwhile, the Dragons, they're kind of having to throw everything at each other and hope that something sticks. Ooh, and that will indeed stick. Trash finds the first goal for the Dragons.
Nicely done, Grant. That's the perspective that we get in through from this, but Trash, that's going to be the man of the hour, making this one in. Little assist action, give it on into Stewie. That's going to make it a little bit easier here. 107 seconds left on this. That's, I mean, just a 3-score difference, mildly better. We still need to see a lot more from the Dragons to tie this one up and even push it on into overtime.
We'd like to hope that we can see that. It really would be something spectacular, but this is going to be a very difficult comeback for them considering the time that they have remaining. Not as if it's impossible, but yeah, it really is going to be rather difficult. But can they at least capitalize on the offense they're starting to build here? It does look like they've got some pressure as all of Grandview are having to get forced into their own half. We'll try and break out here, but as Stewie actually beats out the player in the air, could be another chance for a goal, but that's a double commit. This is going to be awkward here. It's a 1v1. Stewie going to try and save this one out, and they will do exactly that. With 70 seconds on the clock here at this point, Grandview don't need any more goals. They just need to waste time, and to be honest, they don't even really need to waste that much time. 3 goals in a minute is already a nearly impossible comeback.
100% true.
Oh.
That just made it so much easier, though. Stewie finds one right in the pocket and delivers this payload. 2 in, 55? Now, that's a lot more doable, Bass.
Oh, indeed it is. And you want to know something cool that I'm now finding out about the players on this team? Trash and Stewie are actually brothers. They are not only brothers, they go to the same school, they play on the same team, and it might explain some of the cohesion they have in this game. Stewie has a goal, Trash has a goal, and they each have an assist, and guess who to their brother. But here's the issue. Sometimes the only child, they're just a little bit better because, oh my word, Sky, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, still delivering this one all the way down. Grant, teammate, can't quite get a block on this other side, even though there's 2 of them. That's brutal. So a 2-score difference. You achieve in 55 seconds. Grandview Red answers in kind, keeps this 3-score lead for right now. Back to the offense. Again, we'd love to see it. This is just looking brutal as of right now. Also, at 7 scores already, we are at our highest scoring game total on broadcast thus far, and this one, again, is not even over with. And we've had overtime games, by the way, so...
I mean, I still expect that we can see a turnaround here out of the Dragons. Not in this game, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's going to happen. But I do feel like there was enough resistance in game number 1 for me to think that this is not going to be a blowout. It feels like this team, coming to life, starting to show themselves as a real contender. And although they have made it too tall of a task to climb back from here in game number 1, the fact that they get this close during the back half shows they've got some fight left in them.
17 seconds. Well, theoretically, you spend 15 taking 1, you get another lineup, and it's volleyball, but... again, I'm not trying to keep the lamp lights on for no reason here.
Yep. I think we can agree here, Tug.
Yeah, now
this
just
game
keep
is
away.
going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sky
yeah,
just. Yep. Oh well.
Just give it away. Let it in. Come on, lads.
No.
Just finish it off.
Jack, don't let
Finish
go, Jack. That's gonna be it. Grandview Red putting a cap on the game numero uno. Maybe what we expected from a 2 seed to 7 seed, but perhaps not the score difference. At least within game, right? Because this was the Dragons that came forth and really had a solid time of it and made this a competitive game 1. Also, not a best of 3. There's nobody on match point right now. Not a best of 7. So there's not a marathon still to be had of Rocket League. Best of 5, so there's still another little bit of wiggle room, but still the Dragons are going to want to take this one back and push it at least to a game number 4, Bass.
I'd like to hope so, and I think that they can do so. It really does feel like this team is showing that they've got some fight in them. And again, we say that they're the 7th seed. It's not as if they had an underwhelming season. They went overall 3-6, so it's not necessarily like they had just the worst results possible. Yeah. The unfortunate reality is they just kind of had a rough end to the season. Their last 4 games were all losses, and 2 of those were actually game 5 losses. So this is a team that 2 of those results go just slightly differently. All of a sudden, you're seeing them at 5-4 overall, and they've got a positive record. So this is a team that has shown they have not only resistance, but they are a solid contender at that. They really could make the upset happen here today, but the issue is that they're going to run out of time if they don't really do it here in game number 2, because otherwise they got a reverse sweep against Grandview Red, and you want a reverse sweep against the number 2 seed.
I see what people say about the cat ears, by the way. You don't actually have them on, it just looks like it, by the way. You just like lined up perfectly on the outline, and I was just like, oh, that makes sense. Sorry. 100% right there, Bass. The simple fact of the matter is, yes, 7th seed, but they still made it on the playoffs. They still had a fantastic regular season, and they are here for a reason. Now they just need to earn.
See, can they do exactly that? I'd like to think so. They have shown themselves to be a solid team so far, but the issue is that they've been running into some resistance of this player in particular. Sky, not quite able to put that one in, but I'll tell you this much. Sky, I think they're feeling themselves. Game 1, just Sky, that was their whole name. Game 2, Demon Time Sky has arrived.
There you go, Demon Time Sky. I love it. I love it. Grandview Red doesn't like a 2-score difference. They want a little bit more than that. A little bit more juice on the action. 30 seconds in, though. No blood being spilled quite so far. Trash. Solid dub right there. As the man looking to prove the name Comes across the top. Zombie face, complete whiff. Members of the Dragons now getting offensive with it. Dior, Demon Time both combining for a demo and a block right there.
Can they combine for anything else, though, at this point here? Grandview, not finding themselves necessarily the start that they had in the first game. They were quick with it, and this time instead, they're finding a lot more resistance out of their opponents. Dragons locking them in for a decent amount of time, but there's the breakaway. Dior finally able to get this one out of the happen. As Sky puts it center, Stewie will pop it away. It is the first offense of the game here for Grandview, and it's not quite over yet. Sky through the air, they will be met, but there should be a follow-up out of Dior. Double commit actually is going to basically leave them completely vulnerable, but they'll still get the shot. Grandview, at this point, they're just too quick for their opponents.
No, I can 100% agree. The part of this is the consumption of this boost and just really strategic methods of picking these up as soon as they're available. Now, obviously not the side boost so much, but these corner boosts as it is. But kind of back to the middle here as we hit about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Pop play across this, and that's going to be Zombie Face looking to pick this one up across the middle. Dangerous ball, but still picking it up is Sky. That's going to be the first strike right here. Left side on in is Stewie. Going to be a shank all the way in, and the first strike here for your Minnesota State University squad. That's the Dragons, 7th seed. Striking first on this one.
And they finally find themselves their first goal, and at this point, we're going to hope that they can continue to stay this solid with all of their attempts here, because it does kind of feel like the Dragons, a team that are going to need to thrive with their momentum, Tug. They can't necessarily just get a good goal. They need to get a good game and really establish themselves as the possibility of making this one in their favor. Because Grandview, they've been close to finding that equalizer a couple of times here, but unfortunately, not quite yet. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock here. It's absolutely possible for them to hold on for the rest of this game, but considering Grandview continue to pop this into the Dragons' half and make it so difficult, I don't think this is going to be the final scoreline.
Yeah, I can 100% agree with you. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The 1-0 scoreline is my favorite scoreline in Rocket League. Like, no OT. I do love OT, but the 1-0 scoreline outside of OT, it just makes for a completely competitive game whilst one team still has an edge. There's still like a likelihood, right? Not just a true neutral type situation. Anyway, 2:15. Even through me saying all that, not seeing any more scores on board. Not for lack of trying, of course, but I would love to see Dragons hold on to this. I just don't think that one's going to happen. Or would love to hold on to a 1-0 lead. Excuse me. Not talking about leads or otherwise. I just don't think this game is going to end with only one score total across two teams.
I'd have to agree with you. I don't feel like this game's going to continue this way. It's been too volatile. We've seen too many good attempts out of both teams, and are we going to see the attempt at a Grandview that finally hits the back of the net? It could be right there. It's got some decent resistance in the corner, which means that Sky might be able to set themselves up. Oh, good touch out of Stewie. He's actually going to pop that one off the half and leave Dior to restart the offense once again. As Trash sends this out to the side. Might see the end of the offense, not quite yet. Uh-oh, risky touch out of Grant, but it actually might pay off because here comes Trash the other way. Flip reset in the bag, and they will slot it. The Dragons find their second goal and might have just found security for game number 2.
Holy moly, a mild insurance goal, but that gets this Dragon squad so much closer to pushing this one to a game 4 at least. Love to see it. 81 seconds left in this one, Bass, and the Dragons just have to hold on for a little while. I'm not saying change it to the keep away type gameplay yet, but there's solace in the fact that they can do that soon.
100%. I think a 2-0 is definitely a much more comfortable position, but like you said, they can't just play defense right now. They really do need to make sure that they not allow too much pressure at a Grandview. That was almost a scary scenario for the team in yellow here, but luckily enough, they will survive and escape for now. They don't get out of their half. 50 seconds to go. A boomer into the ceiling might be able to make me eat my words, but out of Trash gets resistance like that. Shot on target, but it's not going to be enough. Turned away. And I think now we're starting to see why Grandview might struggle a little bit more here. Game number 1, effortless every time they got into that final third. Game number 2, the defense is a brick wall.
An absolute brick wall. Nothing getting through. 30 seconds left on this one. Trash starts another Dragons offense, combining down bottom for a duo defense as the Grandview vet as they transition this one into offense. Stewie is there yet again. The hero saves. Throw an epic on top of that one.
Oh, this one's center, though. Can they find a follow-up touch? No. 15 seconds to go, and at this point, it is basically set in stone. Grandview will not get the perfect sweep like they did last time against the Dragons. This time, it's going to be a little bit different of a game. 1 second left. Can they get one for the road? No such luck. The Dragons will take game number 2 and even out the series.
There you go. That's exactly how you do it. Keep it to a 2-score difference, but the second game is so much better than the first, given that the goose egg was put up here from Grandview Red. Grandview comes off of a 5-score game to take the lead, 5-3. Game number 1, get that almost expected kind of momentum in that game behind them, and the Dragons literally just give it right back to them. 2-0, and again, Grandview, no scores on board. I think they had about 6 shot attempts, maybe 8 shot attempts or something like this across a couple of these players, but still nothing going in that game 2. Back to the best of 3 here.
See if they can get it done, though. I really do feel like this best of 3 is not necessarily going to, I would say, be to the advantage of either team here, because it kind of feels like if you then drop another game and you are the Grandview team, all of a sudden the pressure is on. You're recognizing that, uh-oh, this might be slipping away from us, and then all of a sudden it gets into their head. But for the Dragons, you get to a best of 3 like this, and all of a sudden you're looking at taking down a seed that you did not expect to take out. And, well, there is why. Demon Time Sky continuing with their devilish ways.
Huh. Maybe they just had to pay penance for changing the name in the previous game. now it's actually Demon Time, right? Because Grandview Red put up nothing in game 1. They spent 5 minutes and 8 seconds with no scores whatsoever. Come back on in, basically off a kickoff, and push their advantage they've enjoyed so far.
Oh, can they do it again, though? Breakaway play here from Sky. Might just be able to set up one of his teammates instead. Zombie Face, yeah, up for that one real early, but all they can find is a 50-50 to keep it on the half. Dragons looking solid so far here, but it does feel like Grandview, like you said, this is a re-emergence of the team. They are doing much better than they already did in that second game, and here is why. Sky continuing to be a force to be reckoned with. And they also could find a follow-up as well. Zombie puts it to the backboard. Where is Sky? You know they're there, and they put it barely off target, off the post and out, but there's that lethal offense that we've been missing from Grandview.
Yeah, the demos here coming to effect, but even with all kinds of pressure, my goodness, Dragons, again, best brick wall impression I've ever seen, at least. Ice in the veins as well, Bass.
They've been a very solid team when it comes to this final third. I've got to give them credit. It does feel like this is 2 different strategies. We talked about this before, quantity versus quality. The Dragons are waiting for their perfect opportunities, looking for those chances and striking while the iron is hot. Meanwhile, on the other side for Grandview, it's how many shots can we take until eventually there is a crack, because where there is a crack, there can be a canyon. You can split them asunder and find that opening. 3.5 minutes to go. I think Grandview are still looking for their second opening here, because, like you said, a 1-goal lead, this is not enough to guarantee them this game.
No, it is not. This can go all the way down, just as long as both teams keep this aloft. It'll still be the Dragons keeping it up. But again, I do not see this game here going 0-1. Hey, I said the last time, though, and that one's 0-2, so almost ate the words on that one. That was a goose egg from Grandview. Now that's what the Dragons are staring down the barrel of as of right now. No scores on boards quite yet. Looking at 0 shots attempted for the Dragons, Bass. 0, the loneliest number.
Whee. That is not a fun number to be playing with at this point here either, because the big issue is that it's not about just being quality with each one of the opportunities that you get. You do have to make your own opportunities, unfortunately. The reality is that every once in a while, if the gameplay is too standard and you're being read at every single opponent, yeah, you need to take a risk. You need to do something that's a little bit unorthodox and change up the ways that you play. And oh boy, that's not the changes I was looking for Grandview. 2 players on the line, and they come within inches of giving up a freebie.
Inches, millimeters for our European friends, a couple of hairs if you're looking at it real close. Seriously, that's about as close as it gets. Grant from the top right here. Every time the Dragons members try to fly up on these and take it out, like really just spread the wings at these, it's just not happening. Oh, the side posted out! 4th player showing up for the Dragons.
Well, they're trying their best here. The Dragons really are getting saves by that 4th defender, like you said. Aside from that, aside from the inaccuracy, Grandview has been completely flawless throughout this game. The rotations are cleaner, their speed is better, and the double commits that we're seeing out of the Dragons are just not happening for this Grandview side. Just under 2 minutes to go. There's plenty of time for a comeback here out of the Dragons, especially considering they only need a single goal. But considering they still have yet to find a solid shot throughout this game, their chances are looking pretty bleak.
That they are. That they are. Still nothing. Or no, wait. I guess a double up, trio up of shot attempts right here. So that has gotten like marginally better, but still nothing is found payload yet. See, an honest shot attempts like this, but where's the follow-up? There's the second. But now again, you're always going to need a third. Grant sitting all the way back right here. Not the all three up, not the pull the goalie situation, the open net situation quite yet. But the Dragons are literally going to find themselves in that in about 20 seconds.
They just need to try and, I would say, find the balance that is necessary here. Not get too aggressive, but also not get too passive. And also, don't get necessarily stuck in the middle as well. I think it's the ability to swing to either side and find yourself a good rhythm that is going to assist you the best, not necessarily trying to play both a passive and an aggressive game. Because all you do at that point is get stuck in no man's land and leave yourselves exposed, which we've already seen too many times from the Dragons. So they can't afford to get even more exposed from here on out. Speaking of exposure, though, is anyone back?
Goodness.
Dior barely able to get to that one, and with just over 30 seconds to play, at this point, it's defense time for Grandview.
One of the fastest shots we saw was from the Dragons member just a second ago. A side shot straight up across the bow, but does get there. 25 seconds on this one. Demon Time Sky still looking to make that one a name. But doesn't find it here. Has the goal so far for Grandview, but nothing else thus far. Still a 1-0. Oh.
Uh-oh.
92 kilometers per hour. Demon Time Sky does prove that name and gets both goals for the side of Grandview thus far.
I mean, honestly, if this scoreline stays as it is, it's poetic at this point here.
Yeah,
After
it
2-0 in favor of the Dragons, for Grandview to turn around and then 2-0 their opponents would just feel kind of right, to be honest, at this point. But that being said, the Dragons, I don't think it's going to feel right for them whatsoever, so they will try and get a goal for the road. Uh-oh, but it might go the other way. No, not able to keep that up because the Rocket League gods determined we've got to even it out. You will get no third goal.
The Rocket League gods, they giveth and they taketh, right? 6 shots here for Demon Time Sky. Only 1 for Dior, so 7 total Grandview University. 2 of them coming in from your Demon Time Sky player. The Dragons, though, 6 shot attempts all the way across. It was about halftime, I think, maybe like 2 minutes or so, when we saw nothing. Like, absolutely nothing shot attempts-wise. Again, game can be kind of weird how it words it, whatever. You get 0, that means, like you may have gotten, like, 1 or 2 the game just didn't really, like, realize. They end the game, 6 shot attempts total. Trash coming in with 3 of them. Stewie, the brother right there, on 2. And then Grant coming out with 1 themselves as well as Trash and Stewie both combining for a save apiece as well. So not a terrible showing. Like you said, this is just the waxing and the waning, right? The yin and the yang. We just saw the 2 seed come all the way in here, lose in 0-2 fashion, have to see them in Game 3 bring it back. Now all we need to see is that 7 seed bring it on back, and we got a Game 5 on our hands.
Well, in that case, Tug, I gotta ask you, do you think we're heading to that game number 5, or do you think we're ending this here in 4? Because I don't know if we're getting to that game 5. I think the big thing here is that game number 1, the Grandview came into this one, did what they usually did, and then all of a sudden game 2, Dragons start to make some adjustments, and then the team kind of has to take a second and reassess. How are they going to play this one? Maybe we can see those same adjustments here from Dragons in game number 4, but I do kind of worry that Grandview have found the fire underneath them, and that will propel them all the way to victory here. So I'd like to hope we get a game 4, a game 5, but I'm kind of thinking game 4 might just be the end of this one.
I have to agree with you. I do believe that this is going to be Grandview in 4. It's going to go down a little bit to a 3-1, but I do believe that's it. The reason why I say that, Bass, is the same reason why I called out and sung the praises of the Dragons after Game 2. The goose egg situation is such a mental block right here. Given that Grandview literally just gave it right back to them, whatever it is that the Dragons were doing in Game 2, and it was a laundry list of things. It was just one thing that led to that 2-0. But all of those things were just eventually snuffed out and figured out by Grandview. They were able to do the same exact thing. So everything momentum-wise, now match point, this is going to be Grandview in 4.
I'd like to think so. Oh, especially with the defense that they are playing right now. And to be fair, you mentioned, it's the goose egg that they put up. It's also the player that they've been putting up on time and time again. Grandview have literally, all but 1 goal that they've had thus far has been Sky. Dior got 1 goal in game number 1, and aside from that, it has been all Sky when it comes to the offense. So, hey, Dragons, if you want to try and play against this team, I think that physicality might need to become a factor, because you take out the star-studded striker, and all of a sudden, your chances of turning this one around become a whole lot greater.
I get it. It was the hubris, right? It was the Rocket League gods cutting down Sky for his arrogance, for his pride. for his hubris. I had to teach him what time it was, and that none of us are above, right? This would have been a 3-0, but unfortunately, Sky just came into this one a little bit too hot. Getting around, of course, Demon Time Sky, like you said, every goal except for one. Can't say that without acknowledging the fact that this Grandview Red squad put up 0 scores in the second game, right? And that is when Demon Time Sky changed the name up.
Well, maybe they can stick with Demon Time. You know, sometimes it takes a while to get into Demon Time. You know, you gotta do your stretches, do your little breathing techniques, meditate for a second, and then once you've gotten that mentality ready, then it's Demon Time. And well, I hope Demon Time extends into game number 4, because so far we haven't really seen much out of any player on Grandview or on the Dragons for that matter. We're basically halfway through this game, and so far it's just kind of been a ping-pong match out of midfield.
Yeah, like a whole lot of back and forth. This battle has basically lived in this middle third thus far. This is going to be one of the first honest shot attempts, and even then, Grant just obviously blocks this one away, gives it onto the teammate, Dior on the other side, playing the same goalie-type situation. Halftime now, no scores on board, not for lack of trying from Stewie, though. A shot across the bow just to let Grandview know that they're here and they're alive.
That's a bit unfortunate, but honestly, it's the same unlucky scenario that we've seen on the other side. Both teams now throwing it at the woodwork here, showing that they are not tree huggers. They are actually a full support of the logging industry instead. But I'm not going to be, because I'd like to see this continue with this back and forth, considering both teams are getting so incredibly close to finding that first goal. But we've also seen this scenario too many times before, Tug, and I'm starting to get a bit nervous when it is a game this close with such solid defense on either side. It means that one single error is going to separate the two teams, and you call it and they will arrive. The one miss on the back line, and Sky will take advantage.
Yeah, who else but Sky? Trash gets up to it, and it looks like he kind of split his intention from getting a big hit and a clear out and actually like kind of playing the rebound. And that's frequently like that analysis paralysis, like what do? Eventually that choice will be made for you. He splits the difference, ends up in the middle, which means of course that they can do neither. Can't play it on the outside, get the rebound, can't play it on the inside, and play on the second touch. Regardless, Grandview up by 1.
Let's see if they can maybe make it 2 here. They'd love to secure themselves the game, because with 90 seconds to go, it's still technically possible for a comeback out of the Dragons. And I shouldn't even say technically possible. It's very easily possible with the time left. I was almost going to get nervous. I am going to get nervous. What? Grant? Whoa, Suey, but he puts it back center! All right, chaos ensues, and apparently the Dragons are starting to feel the pressure of what could potentially be the last game of their season, because again, this is not just for the series, this is for playoffs. In a single elimination bracket, the winner of this one will move on to the semifinals, and the loser will have to pack their bags and head home early. With a minute to go, the Dragons are unfortunately looking at that flight and thinking that they might be soaring through the skies home yet again. But can they find themselves the equalizer as they approach offense and 15 seconds to go?
Drop down.
Someone?
Grant dot up. Nope, can't get to it. Now a run up the other way. Dior, solid first hit. Grandview continuing on pressure. Stewie is there all day long. Love to see it. Trash now out to this middle area. Teased it up for Grant. That's going to put a lot of pressure on right now. But members of the Dragons just flying in way too fast at this one. Dior, initial take. Now centering up plays here. That's going to be members of Grandview on the run the other way. Down and out, and I think 2-0 is going to do it here. 20 seconds for the Dragons to make the impossible come true.
Unfortunately, I think...
come true.
I mean, yeah, you say improbable. I'm starting to think impossible, though, because the unfortunate reality is that Dragons have now fought to get a goal for almost 10 minutes and have failed to do so. This was a great game out of the Dragons. They fought hard, they fought valiantly, but unfortunately, history repeats itself as Grandview take down the Dragons for the second time this season, but this time in playoff fashion to move to the semifinals. Congratulations to Grandview on making it through, and well played to the Dragons. You guys fought hard. You had a hell of a season, but unfortunately, your journey ends here. Grandview take it in 4.
Yeah, and the last 2 games going down to 0-2 fashions as well. Not 1, but 2 eggs, 2 goose eggs. Part of a well-balanced breakfast here for the Minnesota State University squad as they came on into this one. Like you said, 10 minutes plus even. No scores on the board. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. They found what they wanted there in the game number 2. A lot of times that was just fast and loud play. A lot of times that was kind of the rounding out of those corners where I'm talking about edge passes and whatnot. Passes and passes into points and whatnot, Bass. Although at the end of the day, though, it is all for naught, unfortunately. All for naught.
is unfortunate. I don't really think that there's another word to use besides unfortunate. But you know what is fortunate here? That we're not quite done, Tug. We're going to take a quick little break, but when we return, we're actually going to talk to one of the Grandview players and see what they've got to think about that victory and see what they've got to say. So, when we return, we'll be back very soon.
I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
And we are back, we are here, and we are live. Little NECC post-game action coming at you. Little interview, in fact. We got the man, the myth, the legend. We got Big Dog Sky to come on in and give us a minute of his time after the game. Sky, you there?
Yes, sir.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Hope you're feeling well after that big dub.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bass, take it away, please, sir.
Absolutely. And Sky, I think you obviously know where we're going with the initial part of this one. Game number 1, you are Sky. Game number 2, Demon Time Sky emerges. I gotta ask, what was the catalyst for the name change? Any real reason there?
No, it's usually always that for my CRO stuff. I just didn't change it in time.
Sure it is.
I just didn't change it in
Sure
time.
it is.
Whatever.
Oh, You know what? Honestly, I like that. The fact that you come in with some confidence, the fact that you're, running the show as Demon Time makes me think that I have to imagine you guys got to be pretty confident going into the rest of this as well. You guys had a decent record overall in the season here, not necessarily a flawless, but at 7-2 overall, you did have an impressive enough result to get you the number 2 seed. Are you guys looking forward to the rest of this playoffs? Is there anybody maybe that you are looking to get some revenge at? Because the 2 losses you do take are against 2 of the better seeds in this event. So are you looking for some revenge later on here in the bracket?
Yeah, so the 2 losses are both with our sub in, so we actually didn't get to play with our starter. But yeah, we're excited for the rest of the tournament. Should be fun.
I'm with it. Full 3-man roster going into the rest of this tournament, correct?
Yep.
Well, obviously, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah, true.
Looking at, I mean, every team has to be is incomplete without their subs. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
We are looking at a game 1, relatively high scoring. In fact, the highest scoring affair we've seen on broadcast thus far. 8 total scores. You guys took it in 2. Now, besides the name change that I'll get to in a second, right? The 2-0 scoreline in game 2. What really changed between games 1 and 2, and then again from game 2 to game 3 for you guys to force goose eggs the last 2 games, to force no scores for this other squad in game 3 and 4?
So usually, like, a lot of teams don't expect, I guess, me in the air, and then they end up being able to read it. So we have to play a lot more defensive in the rest of the series, which is usually what happens. Like, that's been an ongoing thing for us so far this semester. But
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, we just wait for other teams to touch the ball, throw the ball away after we put pressure on, and then control it from there. Just boost our teams.
Gotcha. We saw a little bit of that resource kind of management, right? The
Yep.
taking of and the keeping from the opponents there. And you're saying that had an effect? That had an effect here the second half of this series?
For sure. I mean, the second game, they were doing a good job of stealing boosts from us, and it definitely made it harder on defense for us to save the ball.
Gotcha. Only a few different resources within the great game of Rocket League, and then Boost is definitely one of them. Now, I want to ask you, do you believe that there was any supernatural effects here, right? Like any striking down of the hubris once you changed from sky, big blue sky above us, everything else like that, to demon time sky? And you think that had an effect here for the goose egg that your team put up in game 2?
We did lose the first game, yeah. I just had to warm the name up, I guess. I don't know.
There you go. Had to warm the name up. There
Yeah,
you go.
yeah.
You get to get the font
Like that.
nice and the
Like
ink
that.
nice and dry, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Sky, this has been an absolute blast. I appreciate you coming on in and give us a minute at a time after the game, okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, guys.
Not a problem. Before we get you on out of here, real quick, I want to ask if you have any shout-outs.
Yeah, I want to shout out my team in Grandview, and then my parents, and that's it.
There you go. The teammates, the school, and the old parentals. I love it.
Mhm.
Thank you for your time, sir. And good
Yep.
luck on the rest of this tournament.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Not a problem. You too, sir. You too. All right. That's going to be about it for me, actually. Yeah, we got a little more Rocket League action coming up. I'll prep you guys. That is, yes, the University of Mount Union versus JWU Blue, but unfortunately, it's me for the tug. I'm out after this one. Now, Bass, you're staying on for this one and the next, correct?
I'm actually out as well for the
Oh,
rest of the night.
okay.
We are leaving you guys in the very capable hands, though, of Bearlight and Novanta, two
nice.
awesome casters who I guarantee you will crush this coming up. But yeah, Tug, unfortunately, that is the end for you and I here today. It's been a blast. It's been a pleasure not only casting with you, but talking to all you lovely folks at home. But again, do not go anywhere. We've still got plenty more NECC Rocket League action when we return.
Yeah, last thing here, I just want to shout out production as well. That is
yeah.
going to be peak. That's going to be slothish here, observing and producing and making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Stay tuned. If you enjoyed what you just saw, you're going to like it a lot more with Bearlight and Novanta. Let's be honest. Back to you guys soon.
never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I
Welcome back to the NECC Network alongside Novanta. My name is Bear Lights, and we just came from the B stream, hopping into the A stream, and ready to go. Novanta, how you doing tonight, sir?
Well, I'm doing pretty well because you know this match here needed some talent that was out of this world. Mount Union JW Blue, what? Main event contest.
Man, it's going to be an exciting one for sure. To the Challengers Red Division we go, where we have the number 4 versus the number 5 seed. Novanta, we saw a lot of sweeps on the B stream, all 3 of them in fact. I don't think it's going to be the same way in this one, as JW Blue faces off with University of Mount Union. We're in for a good one. Let's take a look at the lineups now with the University of Mount Union and who they bring into this matchup today. We've seen them a lot. They're regulars here on the NECC Network, so again, coming in with Twist, Candy Guy, and Finding Cade. A couple of juniors and a sophomore. We saw a lot of young talent in the last string, Novanta, and so a little bit of leadership here on this end, if you will.
Seems to be a tactical choice because of the depth outright from you. But JW Blue also has a squad ready to fight them today. They are bringing in their top 3 scores. We have ourselves Aang, Ansi, and oh my god, it's Warren. And I talked about this to you off stream, how Ansi has been that good, being that third man if needed and that second man when wanted for JW Blue.
Yeah, again, both of these teams we've seen around, we've seen them perform. Ansi is definitely a difference maker. No Dre on the team here tonight, one of the difference makers for JWoo tonight. So he'll actually be coming into sub. So looks like we will get to see him. I've seen a lot of him from the Stay Plugged In network. You saw him at Helix a couple of times and at the Stay Plugged In high school recruitment. So he's obviously made his waves and has seen his good days. He's won a couple of big tournaments, land tournaments. So when it comes to keeping it cool, right, not getting overly anxious, this is your man. So JWoo coming in with a superstar there, but they're gonna be the number 5 seed, so actually the lower seed of the 2, and that makes it just that much interesting.
Yeah, it does make it interesting with a quote-unquote weaker team, but this you also have a sub-dynamic in there. You wonder what chemistry is going to be like, but you only got a couple opportunities to really make that work. Best of 5 here. It really is win in advance or don't and go home. So I'm not sure how much you want to experiment, but JWU seems to have a plan up their sleeve.
No doubt about it. We're about to get things started now as both teams have joined the lobby, and we will get the action underway. Again, it'll be a best of 5 in this round number 1. So obviously quick starts are something we saw on the other stream, and it really paid off. So you got to get out of the gate really quickly and really have that full team effort right off the bat.
Yeah, full team effort, full team chemistry. Look, I know best of 5 has pretty much been the rule du jour all season, and we always say, hey, you can drop a game, you can drop 2 games. When it comes to playoff and playoff form, you can't do that. This is the 4 versus 5, so you know the 1, the 2, the 3 seeds are watching intently to see of those kind of slow moves, those weaknesses they can exploit. So if you're in the team right now, you gotta make sure you're crisp and smart.
Game number 1 underway of this best of 5 between number 4 and number 5 of the Challengers Red Division here. As you see JWU in blue and Mount Union in orange. As it'll be Ansi to flick it back out of the zone here, finding Cade, trying to settle it here early. And gain the possession, although he will toss it right back. He jumps on it, and the 50-50 comes close to finding its way into the back of the net. Luckily for this JWU squad, it goes a little bit wide. And continuing to mount on this pressure is Mount Union. The shot as well, but Ansi comes up with a large save.
Not sure what to make of the first 30 seconds here. There are some shots that seem pretty lazy, but the defense was lazy as well. That's pretty much fair, but we're still tied at 0 apiece. Looks like both teams are trying to figure out how to be aggressive. Now, you want to be aggressive out the gate, but it comes down to making sure it's with intention, and that's what we're trying to work on right now.
Candy Guy looking for a teammate, but none available, as from the back wall, it'll be Ansi. Bested by Warren, play it right back in the zone. To the corner it goes, where it eludes two of the defenders for Mount Union, but not the third. As they're able to jump on it, it's Twist, who has named himself Twisterella for this occasion. Now demoed off it, though, is Mount Union, as they will push directly back into the zone. And a big pinching clear out for JWU Blue. As they continue to press it, it's a back and forth, teeter-totter type of game here in game number 1, as it typically is. As these passes not quite finding the mark. They're looking for the down-the-field passes. They're just not there.
Haven't been there for them quite yet, but I think both teams haven't really figured out what they need to do. I mean, there's been some flashes of brilliance, but no one's really been able to execute. And I think that 0-0 scoreline is pretty fitting about the frustration levels I guess these teams have to keep at bay.
Yeah, it looks a little bit tense. So we talked about how it was going to be, relatively calm, or at least Dre would be. And overall, it's looking to be a game where, it's a feeler. So back in the zone it goes. It'll be the corner, where it is settled down and handled by Finding Cade. A flick will not only elude the defense, but a teammate as well. Now a turn, a shot, and a good save from Mount Union again. Already upward is Twist to get the 50-50 and push it forward for Mount Union. And they'll spend just a little bit of time in the offensive zone. And we'll push it directly back in. Here's Twist. Job to play it right back into the corner. Now a pinch across, a great pass over to the far side, and Candy Guy will make it 1-0 for Mount Union.
Not much work Candy Guy had to do, but just be there. This one here was a pinch and a squeeze from Twisterella, and well, that's what you have to do. When you have a ball right in front of you, net is open and gaping, you have to execute.
Love the speed by Twist to get up on that sidewall as quickly as he did to get the pinch across. That's a great, achievement in order to make the pass develop in the first place. So great play there, but it'll be answered with a little bit of a floater there. Warren will take this one. It'll be the equalizer off a mistake, just to pop and try to harass them, but just a plain and simple miss from the defense of Mount Union.
How fitting is that? We're expecting like ceiling shots and quadruple twists, but it's been simple goals that's really worked for both teams right now. That's why we're tied at 1 apiece.
Right back at him, though. JWU again. Gonna strike on this one. This time it's Aang that gets it. And just like that, you blink, and in a matter of 5 seconds, they're gonna take the lead after being down 1.
Yeah, JWU's been so wide in their offense, you have to have a defense man-to-man to counteract that. Mount Union went for the zone, and they paid dearly for that. JWU Blue has a 1-goal advantage.
Mount Union will need to settle it down, take a deep breath, because the game's got away from them in a sense. But still 2 minutes to really figure it out, troubleshoot, see where it all went wrong in the matter of the 5 seconds it did. And that's one of the reasons why they haven't really found their teammates with passing like they had when they connected for the game's first goal earlier in this one. If you're just joining us, it's game number 1 of this best of 5. Mount Union coming in as the number 4 seed, JWU as number 5. So both of these teams definitely in it, as this game number 1 has definitely proved very close, back and forth, and it's just going to be a matter of one mistake that'll make the difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, when you have seeds like 4 and 5, that's pretty much splitting hairs, right? It comes down to who's able to be in the zone as quick as possible day of. And even though JWU is the quote-unquote weaker seed, they have the advantage and the lead as we head to the witching hour of game 1.
Aang loosely played, with Candy Guy able to jump on it to the box, but Ansi Gonna clean it up in the meantime and hop out and get a touch, but no teammate available. Only Twist as he's able to get to it. Play it up to Candy Guy. He'll try to follow this one. He didn't have a whole lot of boost, but still gets that extra touch. But now in transition is Jwoo. It's up. It's Warren. A shot and in. Wow, what a find. Great passing play. Not a whole lot on the shot, but there didn't need to be. It was just great placement, and they're up 3-1 now.
Well, here's something I always said about NC being slept on all season. The shot was going to be unfriendly anyway. It could have been a passing play. I'm not sure if it was kind of a layoff or a whiff. Didn't matter. It was a fact of 3-1 JW Blue.
Exactly right. Maybe just out of the reach. The intention was there. Another shot, though. Oh, just high for Mount Union. They had a chance to answer. And they were on the doorstep, but could not quite figure it out. So now with 33 seconds left, Mount Union, another chance. So a bounce high. It's a chance for Twist again. He'll use back wall. The Finding K got a little bit ahead of himself. The aggressive positioning there didn't really pay off like it should at the 3-1 mark. And because of that, Mount Union will have to start again from scratch. Off the corner it goes. Twist will challenge and right back in. It's off the corner, but it eludes Candy Guy. He's called off at the demo there, but the shot wide. And that'll basically sum it up for Mount Union and Jwoo Blue, the number 5 seed, with the 1-0 lead in the series. And so a quick start from Jwoo as Finding Kane will try and get a little bit of momentum here for Mount Union. It won't work. Jwoo Blue up 1-0.
Definitely a tale of two different styles and play styles. He had Mount Union looking to be more forceful on things, but the flexibility of JW really was the difference maker. They were able to play up front, they were able to drop back when needed. They found their own space, manufacture their own goals, and then walk away with a game 1 win.
Yeah, if Mount Union plays the way they did in the first minute, I think they have a very, very solid shot here. Especially in Game 2 and Game 3 where you kind of get a refresher. Yeah, you could let 3 goals go back to back to back in this one. But now you have your chance to have a clean slate. It's, like we say, there's not a whole lot of time in a best of 5, but you still have a little bit of it, and you can take advantage of it by just kickstarting that passing play. I like to see the aggressive nature of this team. You know, when you see Twist get on the wall and that beautiful pass he had was all because he took the initiative to press in the offensive zone, to make the defensive Jwoo a little bit awkward there, or be second-guessing themselves because they have to retreat. That boost control will be everything in their attempt to do that. So it'll be definitely something to watch here in this game number 2 as we're about to amp things up and see if there's an answer coming from Mount Union.
Yeah, the story so far, especially the beach team, is all a bit about sweeps and Sweep City. No one wants to be swept. I don't care if you're Rocketeer or Dust Bunnies, but here's an opportunity there for JWU to really get 2 games up to the series tally.
Kick off in game number 2 underway. Jwoo will try to get the first opportunity here, but Twist gonna deny that chance. And right back towards him. This will be a floater. I think it will find its way in. It does. Candy Guy on the board. So, a little bit of a flashback of game number 1 where you see Mount Union striking first.
Well, I'm not sure if that was just pure skill, pure luck, or pure bravery, if you will, but the result's the same. 1 goal scored this time in favor of Mount Union.
Just to start, you needed to answer back from when Jwoo did really take advantage of you in the past, in the last 4 minutes of the previous game. As Candy Guy looking to kind of add to the pressure here. Shot will go on, but no real velocity on it, so didn't do much to try and elude the Mount Union defense. It'll be Candy Guy from the corner, but right all the way by Aang, and he's in it for a double touch. Oh, just wide. Oh, a decent read and a decent chance, but just a little bit wide.
So close. Sometimes you wish the net was just a little bit wider. That would have been classic. But as I say that, Candy Guy goes the other direction. Mount Union 2-goal advantage.
There you go. It was just wide enough of a net there, apparently, to allow Candy Guy to just squeeze that in. If that stood on the goal line there, I think the defense gets back to it. But either way, Mount Union going to take that and take a 2-0 lead. As just under a minute played in this game number 2. Just the answer they needed as well. They got to continue this again. We saw a strong first minute in the last one. We'll need to see the strong 4 minutes following this one. They leave it loosely in the slot there. Almost a chance for Jwoo again. But Mount Union will walk away still with a 2-0 lead.
I want to hesitate by giving the advantage to Mount Union, but it does feel like a different complexion here for this game, and the shadow frame knocked to the left side. And JW Blue has now seen a little bit of a hole they have to call themselves out of. I'm wondering what they're going to have tactically that's going to be different than game one to get themselves on the board.
Sure will. Got to find a little bit of variety to their gameplay. We'll try and amp one over to Ansi, but he was cut off in the process by Candy Guy. He will not connect on the target he was intending for. Really was just serving as an interruption, but love to see players with their heads up to look down the field and maybe find a pass that's intended target, even when you're cutting off the defense. That's really what will separate the good teams from the great teams. One of the reasons why these two are in the playoffs to begin with, especially at this level of play. Definitely a very impressive twist. Gonna leave it for Candy Guy. He gets a pre-flip. It almost worked to kind of leave it to finding Cade. Another shot will be there, but Aang in the right position there. And finally, the JWU defense with a bit of tighter rotations than we saw in the first little bit.
I see the difference here. Even though JW Blue won that first game, there's a bit of urgency that I was missing and lacking in that first game. So far, it's kind of tragic. It's coming from the fact they are down by 2 goals, but it's halftime. A lot of time for them to get on the board.
Pinch will go right into the hands of Twist, as he'll play it high, but Ansi has the boosted reach it. That shot a little bit more dangerous than it appeared at first for JWU, but they're able to get back out. But that's until Twist was able to force the issue yet again. The pressure mounting on JWU through the first 3 minutes. And Mount Union has just had an answer for JWU as they jumped out to an early 1-0 lead in the series. If you're just joining us, as now Twist will turn. Look for another Mount Union player, and Candy Guy will leave it for him, but Aang able to jump on this one and play back down the field. They have numbers if they can hurry. Ansi, oh, he just left it. And Finding Cade was allowed the chance to just jump back in that play. If you're JWU, you have to transition a lot faster than that if you want to create chances.
Yeah, here's a situation where I kind of figure what JU is trying to think about dropping this game to give themselves a little bit more of a clearer head in game 3. That was something that should have been cleaned up, didn't so far. I think that's part of the reason, if not the entire reason why the scoreline hasn't really changed. 2 goals to the advantage for Mount Union.
Yeah, keep in mind though, JWU scored in 2 goals in a matter of 5 seconds in the last one, so I'm not counting them out until 4 seconds left maybe. But again, Mount Union able to strike, so now a 3-0 lead, as their offense has been completely different than we saw in game 1.
Yeah, being down by 2 goals is not so much the end of the world, but being down by 3 with you not scoring one, that's a whole different pot of pumpkin, as my mom would say. Witching hour here, game 2. JW Blue has not yet scored in this one. I think that's more trouble than the actual scoreline.
I agree with you. Warren was able to get to that touch before it developed into anything too dangerous here for Mount Union, so step in the right direction. Oh, a touchdown. He's looking for Aang, and the shot is just a bouncer, no velocity on it. The idea there, the execution on the passing is there. The shots, maybe not as much, although that will challenge Twist. Now back across, looking for Warren. The shot's perfectly placed. There it is. Finally some justice, it feels like, for JWU as they're back within 2.
This is the kind of connection that really will get the morale fired up on a team. Of course, if I'm going to be Mr. Doom and Gloom, I wonder if it's too little too late, but I am not that kind of caster.
That's what we love about you, Devontae. Absolutely. Warren will try and get it away from Cade. Ansi the transition. Candy leaves it. It'll be to Cade again. Ansi forced to just go horizontal with it, and that falls in the hands of Twist because of it. Now down to 22 seconds left, and although JWU does strike through once, will it be enough to really establish something? Another great pass in the middle of the field. That'll waste a lot of boost out of Candy Guy, but that was a great read to get a touch. It throws off everybody, and now Mount Union has killed enough time, and now they'll put another one in for good measure as well. It'll be 6 seconds left. Mount Union gonna even this series at 1, and it's well earned in this one.
Well, we're looking for a battle. That's exactly what we're going to get. Maybe not the most flashiest exchange between these 2 games, but it's looking like an even series tally after 2.
A bold choice of colors there for Finding Cade, and he was bold in this one in all the right ways. Mount Union has found their way To the tie, 1-1 in this series here. It's just completely different state of mind when it comes to the offensive side of the pitch. They just seem to find the equation that worked to put it towards the net. And a couple of bounces here or there that favor them too could have been part of the difference there too. But you gotta credit Mount Union for popping back early. Remember, that answer was everything. We said there's a lot of time in the series, and sure enough, here we are, even at 1.
We always say that not all goals are scored equal. It wasn't like there was a trick ceiling shot that no one had a chance on. This is actually beating your defenders, and that's enough to really make you shy when it comes to try to stop a second or third attempt. Even though the scoreline wasn't that crazy, it looked like there was a whole different game than game 1, and now game 3 has a whole different spin on it. Who is going to be the one to really implement what worked for them? Game 1 or game 2? That's up for debate.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I have an answer for you. What I do know is that JWU did themselves some favors by getting the 1 goal, right? Because it looked like they were a little bit off, but they troubleshooted and got one. That being said, you can say the same about Mount Union, who, surrendered that 1 goal and then bounced right back out, got another goal, and made it 4-1, right? Both of these teams are kind of answering back. What did you expect from a number 4 versus a number 5? And you love to see it. So this next game heats up. Game number 3, that's going to be very important. Winner going to go to match points. So obviously you'll love to see that, especially in this do or die, the cutthroat single elimination bracket that is NECC. Kickoff underway. Game number 3 underway. 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go. It's JWU to push in. Ansi, that was really quick to get in the zone, but was on the kickoff duties, and so everybody ran for boost on the way back, leaving it open for Mount Union, and they strike again. Twist will make it 1-0.
Mount Union acting every bit the aggressive, every bit the stronger team. This one here takes some walls, some passing, and some precision, and they open the scoring.
Yeah, great job for Mount Union to recognize that, they hopped up off the kickoff to try and challenge the offense very early. And the thing was, JWU was so out ahead of everything that a transition goal was the ticket, and they took it all the way. Perhaps to the next round if they can muster up 2 more wins here. Twist will challenge the back wall, easily cleaned up by Warren, who will use the ceiling in one of those ceiling shots you mentioned earlier, Navante. But not the secret trick here, as it'll stay in the zone.
Yeah, what I like about these 2 teams, and even though I kind of do that with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, they really are scrappy squads. JW Blue and Mount Union are very indicative of being in the middle of the table because they found a way to manufacture goals without being too flashy, just based on fundamentals and tight rotations. And when you have 2 teams who are doing that, it comes down to who's more creative. As I say that, JW Blue ties it up.
The clap back here. Danny guy left it. Loose change out in the slot, and Eng is going to just bury it here. Twist was in the right spot. I mean, it left him guessing there because he could have went far side or short side. He went to the middle of the net, so Twist had an opportunity. But that ball just had so much velocity, he didn't have time to react because of that. Sitting here even at 1 is the series and the game if you're just joining us as well. As this will be a high bouncer. And jumps on it, but so does Twist. As he looks for Cade here to try and work out, but backwards goes Warren. Luckily for JWU, it was a little bit awkward for them. It allows a chance for the 3rd man to get back again. Now Ansi looking to turn, does get one touch. Looking for another one is Cade, able to jump on it as well. Into the side will they go, but Tim off of it. And now Twisted chance here. But the 50-50 gonna play high. Another great job from JWU. But the problem is they're spending so much time in this defensive zone that you feel good about your defense. You don't want to rely on it this much.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I understand being able to get in your opponent's face, and I understand just saying, hey, look, we're not going to roll over for you, but now's the time to have yourself 2-1 or 3-1 scrappy contest. You've got to really open up the game to not only win one game for your tally, but to really exert your dominance against your opponent. I'm looking at JWU. They have a lot more opportunity to do that, but they've just never been able to put it past the net.
Not quite yet. They're looking to do it, though. His bump was intended there from Nancy. He wasn't able to find it. Now back down the field, it'll be Candy. No support here from teammates. Maybe he doesn't need it. The demo's there. He does need it. And nobody around there for Mount Union to hop on it. But they will continue to press. Here's Twist looking for the read. He's got it. Oh, what a shot. 2-1 Mount Union.
Well, Mount Union has found a way to get themselves an advantage with style, just taking it out the sky like pirates, and with a pass off the wall, there's a 2-1 scoreline.
You saw it going to the back wall. At least I did, and I was like, he's got this. He's got this in his repertoire. We've seen it in his arsenal. And he just found it. I think it's because we've seen him so many times on the stream, and we see him do exactly that, especially in the big moments that could be changers. We talked about how winner goes to match point, and that was a big one. His goals are coming at a premium in this game, and he's able to find that one. Decent mechanics to kind of go with it. The bump, though, will open things up for JWoo, but nobody available in the slot, and so that'll allow Twist back out. Undershot his man. It was behind him. The Candy guy will force it back into the zone. It will be 50 from Eng. He pushes it back in. Now to the corner. Candy guy tries to meet him, but misses. It's a cross again. Luckily, the support from Twist there. Otherwise, this is a tie ball game. Instead, it remains this 2-1 scoreline with Mount Union until they miss. And Eng able to put it in. It's the equalizer at 2 off a mistake there from Mount Union.
Ice in the veins, seeing that ball dangling. Look at that shot. The arc beating one defender is a lot more difficult than when it lets on, and we have ourselves another tie game there, Bear.
Another close one. You love it. Off the kickoff, a very important one, by the way. We'll push into the zone for Mount Union. But they leave it right where it stood. And instead, we'll push back out. Here's Twist. With a turn, a roll 1 here on the sidewall, so that'll allow Mount Union to hop on it, a 2v2 for the time being. You love to see it. It's such a close matchup. It's 1-1 in the series, it's 2-2 in the game, and they're going to honor this. Can we get the respects in the chat? Hashtag respect in chat. These boys don't let the rest of them play out.
No, absolutely not. We are playing for team pride and school pride, and you want to lock horns. Does that happen in football? Does that happen in baseball? Rule 1's a farce. That's right, I said it.
Dang. You might have lost some fans in chat, or maybe I did. Maybe on the wrong side of this. Who knows? Love to hear the chat's opinion regardless. We're down to 41 seconds left in a 2v2 scenario. As now Warren will catch. Move downfield to 50-50. Will favor Cade as he's able to jump on it, but Ansi, it was just kind of left for him. So now it's across the box. He looks for the bump as well. He almost got it. He'll throw off Cade at the very least. Down to 23 seconds left. Ansi with a quick turn. Brief flip to get across because he didn't have a whole lot of booster and angle. He does it all himself. JWoo on top.
So this right here is what's important, because a lot of people would say, I'm going to lay off and give it to another part of my team so I can give a bump or get myself back on defense. But be able to go and say, I want to be the hero of my own story, and to actually make that goal connect is what legends are made of. 3-2 JWU.
Back down the field, and a tap in, and it'll be JWoo, as it looked like Mount Union kind of just gave up on that ball a little bit too far forward, a full court press, because it was towards the end of the game. And so, man, you hate to see it put it in his own nets. JWoo will be walking away with this one, pending 2 kickoff goals here. Can they kill enough time here? Looks like they push it forward in order to make it happen. JWoo will go to match point here after their goal from Ansi. The solo play himself while the Rule 1 was taking place. They're on match point heading into game number 4.
I can't believe what I'm saying, but Rule 1 changed the complexion of things so much for so long. We're saying this is going to be locked up, deadlock, tie game, overtime on the horizon, and JWU says no. They're at series point now, and it seems to me that Rule 1 really changed the fabric of this one.
Yeah, it did, because now you leave yourself in a compromising 2v2 when, you know, maybe it's all down to the strength of 1v1 skill in a sense, right? 2v2 can be a series of 1v1s if you just have more space to work with, right? And so you're leaving it into the fate of who's the strong 1v1 players, and Ansi was like, oh, hey, me. That's me. Did you see that solo play? That was disgusting. Love to see it from JWoo and Ansi, and he put his team on top because of it. It was such a changing moment there for them, and they'll head into match points. But then again, Mount Union, you saw what they did after JWoo won Game 1. They clapped back, and they did it in 4-1 fashion, so I'm not necessarily convinced that this series is over.
Look, a Game 5 situation is definitely plausible and definitely doable, but as it is right now, JWU, the quote-unquote weaker team going into this, has done more. With this possession or the dispossessing their opponent in the mid-pitch, they have a little bit more of that urgency I'm looking for. And so I would say they have the advantage leading into Game 4.
I would as well. In game number 4, will take its hands right now. We have it on the pitch. 5 minutes on the clock. Game number 4, a chance to close out for JWU. And a technical upset if they win over Mount Union, the number 4 team. The number 6 team, rather. As the 5 is 6. Oh, 4, it is 4th. 5. I'm actually going crazy. Yeah.
Not crazy. You're all right.
Either way, JWU just one down seed. This game and series really has been phenomenal. Either way, you kind of chalk it up. Mount Union will look to press in the zone early. 30 seconds in, and Nancy will play back out, but right into the hands of Twist. No real intended target on the pass, and they'll pay for it. More time spent in the defensive zone for JWU. As Candy Guy looks for a pass across. Intended target was Cade, but instead he finds Aang. And right back in from Twist. Look to turn, gets the shot off, just a little bit wide. Tried to catch JWU sleeping, but the shot just not finding the target.
Yeah, right now, not 1 minute elapsed here, right there in Topia Coliseum. Both teams are trying to do something a little bit different, but it seemed like their opponent knows exactly what's going on. And as we know, when you have two teams that are lockstep, being able to cut off scoring attacks at the pass, we're at goose eggs across the board.
Using the sidewall to get it across. A bit of creativity there from Aang to try to just bang it off that sidewall. When you don't have an angle, you have to create one. He tried to, but really favor him as much as he intended to. Is now ball will hang here at midfield. Took a while for somebody to jump on it, but Aang eventually gets to it, and now a touch across the corner. It'll waterfall its way down, making it awkward for the defense, and Ansi will jump on the opportunity to play it to him in. Off the back wall. Well handled here from Candy Guy as he'll go back down into the slot. It's Aang will challenge this one. Popped out of the zone again, but Ansi is the man on the spot to play it right back into the zone. And across it goes, but no intended target already up for its Twist. A shot on Ansi. Oh, he got a touch, but not enough. And Twist will make it 1-0 for Mount Union.
This is the very definition of task failed successfully. There's so many opportunities I looked at. JWU like not understanding what was going to be the way to get the ball upfield, but somehow they make it work, or so they don't make it work. Mount Union is the first one to break that deadlock. 1-0 Mount Union is because of the sheer ingenuity.
Trying to make it 2-0 now as they'll try to use the backboard to do it, but couldn't quite do it. Now it's sitting here at midfield, a lot of space to work with. And Ansi will put his shot on. So he forced 2 up with it. Twist was called off it. Good comms there from Mount Union to ensure it wasn't a double commit fully. As one was able to back off, and that's the reason why they get back to the challenge. They push it in. Ansi left it there. The shot going to find its way through. Twist will make it 2-0.
Well, I don't know what happened there. I blinked, I sneezed, I took an email. I have no idea. But what it was a total poke, bottom 90. Mount Union has a 2-goal advantage.
Looks like Ansi trying to get a flick off his guard. It just kind of fell into the hands of the defense. Not exactly ideal of the setup. So Mount Union has jumped back, looking to force a Game 5 in a scenario where JWU is looking to close out, and they've surrendered 2 goals here to Mount Union, who's been known to answer teams whenever they get down. So very characteristic of themselves to go right back to work. The shot is lucky as it pinballed around. The shot was going to go well wide. Unfortunately for JWU, it's assisted by Cade and Warren. Not much he could do to try to get out of the way. He just had to stop in that scenario. He just didn't do it.
Yeah, that may be the game breaker right there. When you're down by 2, you're trying to scramble on defense, not in the best formation, and someone needs a shot that's not even near frame, but based on your skittishness, you find a way, well, I'm going to say regain, but JWU does just that. Right as I'm saying it, caster blessing, I guess. They pull it within 3-1 there, Mount Union.
Who hit the rewind button? This is exactly what happened in game number 2, where JWU struck about the same time to make it 3-1. Last time we saw this happen, Mount Union jumped out to a 4-1 lead. Almost does it again as that one goes just a little bit high. But they're still pressing, though. He shot a little bit wide again. Another follow-up is wide. And Mount Union they need to get the magnets out of the post, apparently, as that's 3 times in a row. They could have made it that 4-1 scoreline. They just a little bit wide.
Now it's an issue of playing with time. JW, you find a way to sneak past one past your opponent. 2 more goals in 90 seconds is definitely possible. Doable. We see it happen all the time. But the way these things have been so streaky, Mount Union knows they have a bit of an advantage. Let's see if they can maintain that advantage as we head on.
Warren lurking in the slot, waits for the pass. The shot going to go a little bit wide, though, when it gets to him eventually. From Mancy, the shot there, though, and a good reactionary save from Twist. He has to go across the net if he wants to get a touch, so Cade will have to step up in his place. The shot that was targeted for the far side corner goes a little bit wide. Twist with the turn. 2 on it there for Mount Union, but it won't matter as it still goes into his hands. Yancey able to cut that off in the process, though. A pinch could work here. Goes to the far side, but no support from Jaewoo. Took him so long to get to that one, and more time off the clock as Mount Union presses it down the field.
Well, as we have right now, if the scoreline holds, we're going to have this little Game 5 situation. You know what? That's something I could have easily predicted because these 2 teams have basically said we're going to redefine what it means to be scrappy. The bumps are coming out in full force and in space. 3-1 advantage for Mount Union. If this holds on, we'll be seeing that Game 5.
Their shot goes wide. They're keeping themselves in it by the missed shots there from Mount Union. The thing is, they're running out of it, as now is 12 seconds left. Jaewoo to the back wall. Yancey needs to finish here. He cannot. Warren is technically still in this one if they can find the back of the net there, and they almost do, but the save is there, so Mount Union will hold them off. It will be a Game 5 here for us, Novanta. No more sweeps for us tonight. We're excited for this one, and you could have chalked it up like you said, but Game 5 is incoming, boys and girls. It's bound to be a good one.
Well, you know, when we have Game 5 situations, you say, well, what this is going to be the superpower of one team. You have the rotation of JWU, and you have the scoring prowess of Mount Union, but now it has flip-flopped so many times. These 2 teams are so different and so complementary. A yin-yang symbol, if there ever was one. Game 5, 1 game will settle it all.
That's right, and Mount Union, you know, they've been known to answer the wins from Jaewoo. It's almost like they need to see them win in order to get amped up, to get fired up. They haven't come off their own win and win another one, right? So for me, I think Jaewoo comes out here, and if they're able to get a couple goals early, Mount Union starts doubting themselves, and then you bury them with 1 more, right? So looking to keep that pressure on and perhaps finish out. A second opportunity to close out for Jaewoo, the first time for Mount Union, as it'll be a game number 5 in just a matter of seconds. Excited to see it. Get your predictions in chat now. We want to see who you're siding with. Are you part of a college that you're supporting? Are you just maybe tuning in for the very first time and looking at, or watching NECC for the very first time? We'd love to hear from you as well as far as who your prediction is. Novanta, for me, I've got Jaewoo in this one. Do you agree?
I actually have to go the opposite direction. Mount Union has found a way to manufacture goals, and when you have teams that are so even, it really comes down to creativity. And think about the goals scored for JWU or the goals scored for Mount Union. The Mount Union ones are more unique, and that to me made the difference.
Game number 5 underway. The floater is cleaned off the back wall here from Twist early. Yancey, well, he's a 50, but it falls right back into the hands of Mount Union, who push it forward. Eng was right there in the corner, but had to awkwardly play it, and no real support there for Jaewoo, so right back in the zone. As Dre is in this one as well, so the sub coming in here for JWU. And a good one, by the way. I mentioned he had won Helix last summer, one of the high school recruitment events for Stay Plugged In, and now is a difference maker in that LAN events. And cold as ice, right? Ice in his veins. He is super chill in pressure situations. Is that the reason why they move into his sub? I'm not 100% sure. We'll see if we can get word, but either way, you like to see him in this game number 5 for Jaewoo.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's just about the depth of the team, and when you have a team you're trying to play against, you have them pegged with their formula, their chemistry, their tactics, and just the idea of having someone else in the mix, and when you put that off center, you got to throw out your plans and have a way to adapt in the run of play. That may be a tactical advantage for them.
We got one in chat for Mount Union. It's a Coyote. In chat, we welcome you to the stream and cheering on your team. We appreciate the support here on the NECC network. It's going to be demoed off of this one now. It'll allow Jaewoo's defense to develop a little bit, and That was a designed fake to get a shot off for Mount Union, although clever, it will not work as JWoo's rotations were strong, but the double commit will leave it wide open. Candy Guys made it 1-0 for Mount Union.
For a second there, I thought Candy Guy was going out around just making a mistake, being way up there when needed, but you know what? What do I know if you score? And Mount Union makes that happen. 3:17 to go. Mount Union has a 1-goal advantage.
Yeah, JWoo's defense got a little bit ahead of themselves. Right when I was about to compliment them, of course, that's when they break down. Not a curse, I promise.
Sure.
The turn is there from Candy Guy. A good touch there, too. They beat him again with the 50-50. And it wasn't even that fancy. Just get in the box and it works.
This right here is wishful thinking because you know if you missed or whiffed or deflected, you pretty much put someone out of the defensive for that offensive counterattack, but there really wasn't one because Mount Union made sure that goal went past the net. 2 goals scored, 2 goals unanswered.
Union has come up with a mission here. And of course, they're riding the momentum from Game 4, which is something I will always bring up. It's an important note because, you know, a majority of the times, I don't know the exact number, but if you win a Game 5 and a best of 5, more times than not, you do close it out because you ride the momentum into a high-pressure situation. In this case, I chose JWoo. Well, maybe I chose wrong. Another shot twist. It's got it from the ceiling. 3-0, Mount Union.
Look, I understand it's very early to call it. It's a little bit around halftime, but when you're going to score 3 goals from all over the pitch like that, it looks like Mount Union has hit another level.
That was clean. I mean, some ceiling shots you have to wait to get to them, like the iconic squishy ceiling shot back in the day. That one you didn't take much time. Neither did Dre, as he's able to answer this one and get JWoo right back within 2.
Guess that super sub status coming off the bench to be in there just to make sure it's in there. Your own insurance policy is important. And this puts a little bit of a dynamic here. JW Blue has 1 goal. You're still looking at a deficit, but they put something on the board around halftime.
That's when you needed it too, right? Just quick enough to give yourself at least a chance in your mind in order to complete it. That's a good flick too. And Finding King couldn't get up to it. So 2 quick goals from Dre, and now they're back within 1.
The one thing I've learned as a caster is never call things a dagger because just about 20 seconds ago, it looked like it was all Mount Union, but JWU has found a way to scratch and claw themselves back. They're down within 1.
And nobody other than Dre. The clutch factor continues here as he steps in. And although, you know, they were looking like they were trying to get used to the rotations, it seems like they found it now, and Dre has allowed the chance and opportunity to do what he does best, create plays. I know you're a fan of that, Novata.
Oh, absolutely. The playmaker thing says a lot of things. 1, being able to energize your team by being an engine, but 2, to confuse your opponent because you don't know where you're going to pass or shoot yourself is the stuff that legends are made of. And what a save by Dre. Wow, clutch indeed.
9 times out of 10 during the regular season, Mount Union walks away with a goal there. But what a reactionary save from Dre. And again, a high-pressure situation he performs. It's incredible how just timely he can make plays happen. But he's going to have to make another play here in the next minute and 24 to force overtime and or take over Mount Union. We've seen that before as well.
Yeah, you know, one of the cool things about this kind of game is that you can blink and have momentum go against you like that if you're not careful. But we're at a tight game here. JW Blue has an opportunity to tie it up. Let's see if they do that, but Mount Union has pretty much put everyone back to make sure they can fortify the defense.
Back down the field, a pass intended for Ansi, cut off by Twist in the process. As Dre will push directly back in, but he got his boost taken in the process from Mount Union. Clever play here as Candy Guy almost lost it there, but able to recover on that save. Ansi able to 50 it. Dre a shot just high. Twist back out again, and Mount Union will hold on to the lead for now. The Candy Guy again will jump on it, but Ansi trying to use the corner to get it across. But a great job as Mount Union's defense holding strong.
Man, that crossbar is a chaotic neutral. It just doesn't matter whose team is it on. That could have been a goal easily for them, but frankly, it was a neutralized. 20 seconds to go. Mount Union has a 1-goal advantage. Can they hold on?
It was a demo out in the middle of the field, too, to try and free up some space. They may have killed enough time 10 seconds left on the clock here. It's a cross, a chance from Ansi, the shot wide. Twist, a turn, and back down the field. They'll keep it up for now, though. They need to kill it, they do. Mount Union moving on to round number 2.
This is why I say that paper is not Rocket League. Yeah, sure, the stronger team won, but it came down to inches, it came down to shots, and Mount Union squeaks away with this one here today.
They did. They answered back every time Jay-Woo got a win on the board. And they closed out in game number 5 as, Dre was pumping but could not quite muster up enough himself as you look for that teamwork, but they fall short. Mount Union moving on to the next round. You'll love to see this team perform as they have here in Novanta. And after this quick break, we'll talk with one of the Mount Union winners here on the NECC Network. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's
Welcome back to the NECC Network. We're here with winner of Mount Union and a Twist here from Mount Union, the winners here, and they're moving on to the next round. Twist, congratulations on your win, man.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, and so it took Game 5 in order to make it happen, but a tough team across the pitch there in JWU. You've seen them before in the regular season. How did you approach this game here in the playoffs?
Yeah, going into this, we knew that they were going to be a tough opponent. We knew the roster, but if I recall, we haven't played against Dre before, so that took us back in Game 5. We didn't really know going into that how it was going to be, but thankfully we were able to take that out, take the series. Really good job here from the team.
And so JWU actually won game number 1, and you guys answered back in game number 2. They took game 3. You answered right back in game number 4. What does it say about the team that you guys are able to bounce back just like that and have an answer every single time?
Yeah, what we were talking about is just if we were keeping our communication up, the game was ours. And in games 2 and 4, we weren't really finding them, or 1 and 3, we weren't really finding it. And in 2 and 4, we were finding our communication. In game 5, we said, let's just take it this one, let's not go back and forth, and let's make it our series.
Love to hear it. Novante, over to you.
Yeah, so we have the situation here in this series where it kind of felt like you guys were in peril, but you found a way to dug deep in between games. Anything you were saying between matches on the comms to get yourself back in the game, back focused?
Yeah, as I said before, 1 and 3, just out of those games, we were just like, what was going on the last 3 minutes? We weren't talking at all. We weren't talking about where we were, anything like that. So after those games, we were just talking about how we can get that up, what we need to do differently, stuff like that going into the next game.
Yeah, following up on that one, you guys have the win today, the series win. Is the sky the limit? We're looking at potential champions for the University of Mount Union.
You absolutely know it. We're going in with the intention that we're going to win this all the way through.
Fairlight.
Awesome. Yeah, and we love to see the fact that you get through round 1. Of course, a long way to go. So are you looking for a particular opponent for the next rounds, or are you going to plan just, play your game and just stick to what you know?
I don't want to necessarily call them out, but somebody that we've always played against, Ottawa Garnet, they've been a team that whenever we played against them, they always put up a very, very good fight. So I'm excited to see where they make it in this playoffs.
Love it. Well, Twist, again, congratulations, and I appreciate you joining us.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So again, Twist and Mount Union able to pull off that win and do a great job with it. And we'll be right back on the NECC Network. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Rocket League coming at you.
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Hello and welcome everybody to the last match of the night here at the NECC. My name is Grant CFO and over there is Hail Monkey Man, my partner for the night. And in fact, he's been my partner for the whole night. In fact, we've been casting for far too long tonight, but we are so ready for one more. We've got the energy. We're going to bring it. Monkey, tell us what we got.
This is going to be
bring
your
forward.
final match that you can see on this stream, but it's going to be one that will lead into even more playoffs. It is SWOSU, Southwestern Oklahoma State University versus EAUCD. That is esports at University of California, Davis. The Aggies trying to be able to punch something up, and we get to see how this roster will be able to stand up. Salamence, Tom, Grunt, we've seen all these sophomores before, and they've been able to bring it on every single week of gameplay. I can't wait to see what they will be able to do, and I think Salamence will be the top of the line to be able to really press the performance for this Aggie squad.
You hit the nail on the head. Let's get to the other nail, though. What's on the other side for EAUCD? We'll have to find out in a second here, because this has been, what, the fourth week consecutively that we've seen EAUCD, and they've done historically well every time you and I have hopped on the mic to cast for them, but they've got Swosu on the other side with Bako, Chublord, and Kobe, all majoring in some very interesting things. In fact, Kobe's law enforcement, so you better watch out, because the law will be on the pitch.
And he's been wrestling
tonight.
for 10 years, or at least wrestled for 10 years prior to some of that law enforcement. So he's here to be able to put someone in a headlock. But I think this is going to be a very technical side for everyone that's going in, trying to be able to utilize those smarts, those strategies, the stratagem that has to permeate between both Bulldogs and Aggies. Who's going to have it better? I don't know. I want to see us be able to rock from the top. Salamence, I keyed him in once. I'm going to key him in twice because he has been that mechanical outlet, that variable for the side of EAUCD that has been huge. To the other side of this, we've also seen EAUCD take down the Bulldogs once before. 3-1. Gotta wonder if the Bulldogs are ready for a rebound and, a rematch with this squad, especially in this quarterfinal match.
I can always tell you that EAUCD are prepared for whatever challenge. If I'm not mistaken, I'll have to go back and check it for my own records, but I think they've won every match that you and I have casted, if I'm not mistaken on that. I'm looking at it right now, and, well, actually, I don't even remember what weeks I casted, so I couldn't even tell you if I wanted to, but I remember them being quite good, and they're going to be my personal favorite heading into this one, but given the circumstances of what you've just told unto me, it does look pretty close with incredibly similar records. I mean, this could be an entirely different showdown with EAUCD coming out on top. I certainly hope so. That's going to be my prediction, but what about you, Monkey?
Well, it's a matter of consistency because Salamence, while he does strike high, he also has kind of low lows. And if there's an isolation on him, it's going to be up to Tom and Grunt to be able to back that up. Grunt has come up as a big player for the side of the Aggies. I want to see if that will be consistent today. And of course, one of these squads will go in as the winner to play either against the #1 seed in UBC Academy or in the #8 of New Mexico Tech, depending on whichever one of those squads will win out. But you know what? All that you can be focused on now is this quarterfinal matchup as the last of the night. Let's see who will bring the fight.
Well, Tom all ready to do just that. Over to the side, though. It's quick to start for EAUCD squad. Oh, there it is. Far side of the post. An easy dubs.
Bring in the squad. Chublord was trying to be able to just get it away, but Tom is like, hey, this is an easy play. I make a wide angle shot of it and just catch Kobe looking. And already, the Aggies are hot and cooking.
Beautiful start. Let's see if they can keep up the cooking, because sometimes the grill runs out of the gas, and sometimes your car runs out of gas. EAUCD, though, with the early upper hand, finding the backboard. No one around to it, though, although the drop down allows potential for another. No one found. Tom tries for their second and misses. Bako in close pursuit. Does get the 50 to stop, forcing a second through for their team. Tom around the other side as well. Big stop by Chublord. Salamence still not willing to give up this pressure that they've built, and like I always love to say, pressure builds up and it's got to go somewhere. This time it's off to the AUCD half.
It either goes up or it goes out. Sometimes it goes back in, depending on how much that is really pressing from all sides. Chublord looking to collect. It will find its way over to Grunt with a side pass, but everyone's very lateral. Chublord's going to see if he can get a bump. A shot opportunity that will go top shelf and out to the front face, but a bump is creating a miscue on the defense. They're able to cover just fine enough to keep Swosu from getting on the board early.
Oh boy, and Tom around that side as well. Swosu still fighting. It feels like they might not be able to get there. What is that double? So interesting of an attempt. Couldn't tell if they wanted to clear it or score it. It kind of went in between. But Swosu, you need to be careful not to get too terribly eager. We'll see what they're up to. Salamence looking to be cheeky with the redirects. It's a big side clear from Bako. Chublord unable to pick it up as well. EAUCD have a lot of opportunities to press forward and stop the pressure that is being applied to themselves. There's a lot of open holes in Swosu that they could capitalize on, especially with how good their defense looks as well. I'm just waiting for it.
We get to see if some of this will turn about into another passing play. This one finds itself into the same familiar corner that keeps having the Bulldogs progress out of. You might as well say that their doghouse is in there. It's a one-on-one. Salamon's playing with a little bit of a fake out and a bit of time. Kobe will go out into that no man's land and make sure that it doesn't become a detriment to themselves. Tom will recover from that back corner, and really, we saw that opening score. Haven't really seen much of better presence by Swosu. But we've seen a lot of good forward runs by the Aggies as they've just kept it into a near side possession. They're making their better challenges. Kobe will elevate, and we're well beyond halftime. I mean, this game clock has already bled off a whole lot since that opening goal, and they're just trying to play cleanly on both halves. Uh-oh, talk about a miscue. Grunt looking for the punishment. Does he have the double? Oh, not yet.
Yikes, a big mishap that could have resulted in a bigger outcome, at least in favor of EAUCD. Swosu lucky to get away with that one, but now they've got to capitalize, turning their attention to the blue net. Salamence will put the clear away. Vaco right back in, still working around. What is it? Kobe, what? Your teammate was on the ball. What the? He's not, I guarantee you your teammate is like, bruh. At that moment right there. You got to be careful who you're pushing forward and at what times they deserve to be punished, but yet again, they are forgiven for the sins they've committed.
Oh, man. Got to bring a priest to be able to bless these times because it's exactly what Swosu is trying to be able to play for. Tom, a double connection between himself and Grunt. That's a redirect. Salamence will be able to extend this pitch, but instead it's caught up by Kobe. And you know what? I'm going to give him an A for earnest effort because that's exactly what the Bulldogs have brought when it comes to at least making these connections and keeping the Aggies having to remarch their way down the pitch. And on the side of the Aggies, they've got a minute left. They've had some great ideas, but they're not sharing them between each other before they attempt them. But with less than a minute to go, it's still the Bulldogs looking for their first score, and the Aggies trying to build up for more.
Oh boy. Grunt around the side, though, taking it deep downfield. Chubb Lord to Kobe finds the connection. Tom's got to get up quick. Flip reset. Could have gone for the touch over the top. Opted to go low. Might cost them. 40 seconds to go. Swosu still pressing forward. They've had so many opportunities. They've gotten away with so much. Salamence dropping down. Oh, right behind their back. And Kobe with the breakthrough.
They wanted to either go up the wall or go in front of the goal line, and they did both, and that corner ruined their jump, and Kobe's going to ruin their perfect scoreless line. It will now be tied up with just over a half minute of play. The Bulldogs do finally fight back. They bite back, and they bite hard.
Oh boy, Grunt up and to the side. EAUCD unable to keep the last one out, courtesy of Kobe, with Swosu now having equalized. Pressing forward with more pressure than they've had before. We couldn't be in for quite the series. Chublord getting dunked with 10 seconds to go. Yeah, UCD with a shot coming up short. Tom to the corner, needs to regroup by themselves. Could have looked for the pass, but hindsight's always 20/20. This ball could die, and it looks like we might, and indeed, we'll be going to overtime for game one.
It's a very wise decision by Salamence. He didn't go anywhere and made sure to just make for the challenge and not let anything turn into a flick and get elevated and just give the Aggies times to recoup and recover. They need some better reads, and they need to start communicating a little bit faster. Some great opportunities have just gone away because they've not said, hey, I'm going to dish this out to the top of the key. I'm going to put this into the stripes. This is going to come into the corner. I mean, less words, say less, do more. Bulldogs, otherwise, have just been able to extend this pinch lengthwise, and Salamence is in the back corner, looking to make a booming clear, and he will boom and chase.
Oh boy, the boom and chase mentality really scares me, Monkey. It's something that I hardly ever want to hear about when I'm playing. You got to keep it close, and the pass plays are what will pay off for EAUCD 41 seconds into overtime.
Salamence makes one challenge, he doesn't go anywhere, and he sets up Grunt in a big way, and that was the play they've been looking for this entire game. EAUCD, the Aggies, they'll take game one in earnest, and you know, this one did go down to the wire. We had an OT, a short-lived one. The Bulldogs just really didn't have much in their tank, but they were able to at least elongate this competition. I gotta see a little bit more out of them, a better, more methodical stratagem. Yes, hello, I'm over here. Hi.
Hey, don't talk to me like that, okay? I know where you are. Look, in the last one you were over here, now I gotta look over that way. Monk, for those who don't know, Monkey is not actually over there, as much as I would like to make him seem like he is. But Monkey, I do love the point that you brought up with them running out of gas. It was the concern that I brought forth into this, that a grill can run out of gas. We're talking about cooking, and that a car can run out of gas. It was about 15 seconds into the game that I brought up that point, and it did seem like what just happened for Swosu. They had so much going for them in the latter half of the game, and they let up when they didn't have to. But things come crumbling. It's time for redemption. We're now 15 seconds into this new game.
I want to see the Aggies just up the communication, because it looks like they are making the 1-2 punches, and that one nearly went far enough to be able to find its way to the back of the net. Salamence makes for the challenge. Bako looking to call up Kobe. Tom will be there just in the nick of time in the first half minute of play. Has been a bit of familiar similarity, if to be sure, for the side of the Aggies, as they have that forward press, a one-on-one, one-on-many. Salamence will actually lose that possession, but so is the same to be said of the Bulldogs.
Oh yeah, Bulldogs always doing what they can. Salamence, the good clear. They've got, hang on, they've got a three-man press forward, one back to beat. I'd like to see a second push forward immediately. That's what Grunt does. Tom, slow to get involved. It's out to the side for Kobe. Salamence playing it up to the backboard. Knocked away. Beautiful play by Chublord. Swosu, the more they warm up, the more they show me, the more I'm inclined to believe that they've got what it takes to take down EAUC squad. A shot up to the ceiling and down. Finding Kobe, who doesn't want to press. Oh no, okay, I was like, why did he rotate back? But it seems like we've got a bit of disconnecting problem. Okay, I guess Tom has scored. We'll have to see how it happened. Passed down, packet loss, or gained the sauce. That was the dumbest rhyme I've ever come up with. But here we are, and 1-0 is the scoreline. I'm losing my mind, the server's losing its mind.
And it's also losing a bit of extra ping, and this one will be slightly off, just enough for the Aggies to just barely be unable to turn in a second goal earnestly. Whether this be West Coast or other sorts of networks, these guys are still going to have to communicate one way or another. And one thing that's been better is the Aggies have not left any possessions or attempts undone or untouched, and they are threatening the Bulldogs every step of the way. A great second shot renders a great second goal.
Oh, beautiful backboard to themselves, and yeah, you know, beautiful is just the word for it. Simply put, 2 goals, nothing. Swosu in a bit of trouble now. They aren't looking as good as they did in the latter stage of the match. They've got all the right ideas. I mean, look at the mechanics of Bako, kind of reminding me of myself and how I like to play. And now you just gotta play it smart and pray that your team has got your back, and not only pray, but trust that they've got your back. Kobe start up the next bit of pressure, getting out on that boost. Boost game so important as well. EAUCD in a retreat, not a lot to work with, but conserving enough to get them through the hardship. Grunt down to that right wall. Tom finding themselves again with the pass to Grunt. Cut in, needs to break another and can't do so.
That was a pair of ankles. One is shattered and one is made of steel. Bako is not to be denied a defensive stop, but Tom is going to be hunting for those early and often. This team from the side of EAUCD has great one-on-one style shooting, and it's Grunt that's trying to be elevated to an upper rank in this echelon of this 1-2-3 from the Aggies, and just takes a beamer shot off that bump play.
I was going to say, you got to give credit to Salamence, the man who made that play possible, clearing out the net when the shot was about to be ripped. It's perfect timing, great communication, 3-0. It's no wonder that EAUCD are able to come up with the lead that they have with the way that they are talking to each other in comms. I would imagine it's got to be smooth, it's got to be quick plays, just like butter at the moment. Another big demo play allows them to capitalize. It must have been a smokescreen distraction for Swosu.
Oh, you see Bako just trying to go for the first one, a demo onto him. He's a sitting duck, and not knowing when Grunt was going to be sneaking in there for a stealth mission, steals it away right in front of the goal box. That's a bad place to put that ball, especially if you're not aiming to catch up to it anytime soon. So with 120 seconds to go, we could have another one that will fall short and wide. But it's the Aggies on a 4-0 run right now that are just imposing their will.
Boy, Catch down low, though. Bako moving forward. Grunt caught out. He's beat Tom. This is that corner play. Yeah, I told you I don't like the dump and chase mentality. Then we get to a game of corner ball. That's the other thing I hate to see in a game of Rocket League, because it just don't work out. Shout out to Thunderbee for coming up with that one. But, I mean, it's just something that, oh no, like, I can't. Do I say more? I get there was a ghost touch, but do I say more? I mean, corner ball only works out when you can get it to bounce. If you roll it around like we saw the Orange Squad do on the other side, it didn't work out. And in fact, it actually gave away possession to where they found out how to use the corner effectively to get a 5-0 lead, Monkey. It doesn't seem like Swosu are coming back for this one.
It doesn't, as long as they just keep consistent. I mean, we could have a turn of miracles, but you're right. Corner ball turns into one of two things. Either a great ricochet pass play, or it just circulates like it's like a dishwasher, or not a dishwasher, but like a regular washer. It just kind of goes around and around, and you don't really make any progress. And no progress has been made by Swosu at this point in time. Are they done and dusted? No. Are they done in this game? Yes. Are we going to be looking forward to game number 3 and see if they'll be eliminated? You bet your butt. But we'll see if these guys will be able to find consistency throughout. That's something that has been missing, especially in the just 1-2 connections that really has been present for the Bulldogs.
Oh yeah, we've talked about pass plays, you and I, tonight. It has been important in the collegiate scene, and the better you are at it, I mean, the more success you're going to have, the more tools you're going to have at your disposal to exploit your opponent. You'll always be able to find yourself waiting one step ahead, and it always works out, and if you can execute on it, that is. I haven't seen much of it today. EAUCD simply getting dunked at this point, but also doing really well at what they do best.
It's just a good individual win, and Salamence was about a step behind, which means he didn't have all that momentum to get behind the ball. So to be able to learn from at least that connection and be able to move forward with it, if there's anything that the Bulldogs can take, it's like, okay, you're still in this competition. Yeah, UCD, they've utilized every goal that they paid for with earnest effort and being brought to that. They'll be able to get themselves to a 2-0 lead in this series. Game number 3 could be a sweep, and the Aggies could position themselves straight up into the semifinals. And we'll have to see how the Bulldogs will be coming out of the doghouse to be able to fight back tonight.
I believe in the dream. I believe it could happen. EAUCD with another dominant victory. I mean, the first game, it didn't feel too convincing, but I mean, you really look at it and what they did at the last, in the overtime, the way they approached it, how they said, okay, yeah, all this pressure came towards us. We didn't care. We blew off the roof of the place and went forward with a newfound offense to strike. These counterattacks are really benefiting them, and it seems like they get the opportunity to do them. So you look to the other side and you ask the question, well, why are they getting so many counterattacking opportunities? Well, it's because you become you're head over heels with this ball that's in front of you, and you're like, oh my gosh, I want to get this goal. And what ends up resulting from it is you overcommit all of your resources, and then you have nothing left, and there's nothing but the fact that you get to be counterattacked and scored on. It's no wonder that EAUCD are up in the series 2-0. Swosu need to make some changes. They need to be careful not to dive in. They also got to be careful not to give the ball away. Cherish this possession.
You could almost say that this is equivalent to a dog chasing a car and a ball, and praying that he can get both and not knowing what to do once he's got his hands on it or his paws. One way or another, we will see. One player that I do want to see perform just a little bit better, because they were stellar defensively, is Bako. But on the defensive side will be Chublord, who wins a massive 50. That will be boomed to the opposite side of the pitch. Bako will be able to elevate, go to the ceiling, but immediately beaten by Tom, who's just been so consistent from the side of the Aggies.
Oh yeah, Salamence away is a double touch over the top, not necessarily off the backboard, but from the ceiling, dropping down to Tom.
Yeah. If you got to get creative about this pass, just take it away from the defender, and Tom there for the finishing factor. It could have bounced. He trapped it off his nose, skidded it in, and it's just that easy for the Aggies. First minute of play, and again, they had the lead.
Oh boy, seems like we really could be in for that 3-0 sweep. How about another shot from Grunt that finds its mark?
Goodness, Grunt! I thought you had enough goals from the previous time. Tom just couldn't get back to it, but Grunt's the second in command and is able to be in the right place, right time. And unfortunate for the side of the Bulldogs, they did make that connection. They just didn't feed it to the right man. And all of a sudden, 4 seconds later, they're down 2.
Chublord has to make up for this. Start from their own half.
Oh.
Gets the pass out. Grunt! Oh, ruining the hopes and dreams of Swosu. Salamence pitching it down the pitch, I guess. Grunt to continue it forward. Swosu. Oh, you gotta wonder about the thoughts that go through their head at a point like this. You're down 2, not only in the game, but in the series as well. It doesn't feel like you can really do anything against the Aggies.
It has been sweat of the brow and concern, and they're trying to get that gamer lean, but these gamers are mean, and Salamence will turn in another for everyone to get chewed up and spit out the right way if you're the side of the Aggies. We are less than a minute and a half into game number 3. It's about to be 4, at least it's dug out by Kobe, but all that want to, how to, gotta be able to win has just gone away for the Bulldogs, but hold that thought, they're setting themselves up.
Ooh, it seems like they might. Chublord not quick enough to it. Salamence beat them to the punch, but Kobe's right back in with it. That demo forces Grunt in an awkward spot, but the communication and rotations are too solid from EAUCD to even get them to falter a little bit. Grunt with the 50. And not a lot to be found except for that ground pinch. Tough save for Bako. I don't really like the spacing anymore for Swosu. I just saw it and yeah, okay. At least the rotations help out Kobe.
Yeah, the spacing and just the overall kind of assignment to zones on these rotations has not been great for the side of the Bulldogs, and at the halfway marker, it's still a little bit scattered and chaotic. But still, they're finding ways, inventive or clever or just some level of desperation, able to at least advance the ball to one side of the pitch that isn't theirs. Kobe looking for the follow-up. He's only got 15 boosts. He's got a shot, and he will be able to cut this lead a little bit lower.
Okay. I can get behind this one for sure. A closer match when the drought has been there for Swosu, absolutely. You throw it just in front of Tom. You caught them awkward on the back wall, and it's one of the worst places to be when you're on defense. And when you're able to capitalize on something like that, have that field awareness, it gives me hope for Swosu. And Salamence might look for the instant response with Tom, not the placement they were looking for, but they do have Grunt and a heavy hand of boost to work with. Salamence unfortunately wasting a large portion of that. They took the skies. Chublord with enough. Oh, can't get it to Kobe. Grunt's positioning and spacing just knows where the pass plays are coming from, and it's this word that I'll use called anticipating from EAUCD, where they are expecting the ball to be somewhere. In fact, while I throw this to you, Monkey, I'm going to go figure out the exact formula, because I wrote it down during a coaching session for Swosu, and if they can implement it in the last 90 seconds, they'll win.
I believe in the math, and they may have to rely upon you if they are live tracking the stream. Oh, you found it already. Oh, look, they're desperate. Okay, okay, coach.
Okay. Here's what you got to do. Anticipate, patience, and pressure. It's the formula, and it works because you got to think where the ball is going to be, not where it is. You wait for your opportunity, and then you strike on it. It sounds simple in theory, but if you really give it thought, I think Swosu's got a chance. They need to do that twice here, but with the patience I don't quite see from them yet with the double commits. They're not really waiting for their opportunities. I get that time's wearing thin. You got less than 69 seconds left to go. You gotta press, though, and be patient at the same time. It's crazy.
I don't know if your algorithm is a summation, a dividend, or I don't know what it is, but whether or not they can be able to be patient, that's at least at a negative source, which means their sum or their outcome could be at a negative result, which Tom, with that pass, Grunt had the kill shot in mind, but with 2 up with 40 seconds left, and the Bulldogs not able to put up much at all. Wait a minute, Kobe! They can't get there! What?
Oh, it's a highway robbery, or I guess a goalpost robbery. I've had it happen to me before, and I can tell you, it is one of the worst feelings, because when you need to win, when you are absolutely at a loss with little time to go, and something like that prevents you from walking away with the victory, it is a sting that cannot be forgotten. And 10 seconds wind down now. This is a must score, but it's blocked and denied by the defense. And this game is over. The series is over. EAUCD locking away their place where they belong, headed in to postseason.
Goodness gracious. Massive kudos and shout out to the Bulldogs for being able to get to this point in the quarterfinals. But even more massive, bigly huge, is the performance for EAUCD. The Aggies take a 3-0 sweep, and they'll be able to punch their way into the semifinals. A wonderful bit of defense to be able to match the performance of their offense. Oh, what a match for them.
Indeed, and I thought I was looking at you over there, and I remember you're over there, Monkey Man. Again, I don't know where you're actually at. I think just like a computer monitor over there this time. But for real, what a game. My throat hurts. I'm out of breath. Like, that was quite the way to conclude the night with the NECC. But we do have a player interview. I'm not sure. We've got an intermission, but I guess for our intermission here, Monkey, we got to pick out who do we want to talk to?
Well, I think we're going to keep that behind closed doors. It's going to be a mystery, but you guys get to learn about that history right after this.
With every word that I've said, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This is the last thing we have tonight, and then we close the curtain. Monkey, that just looked like a cringe dance move, and I regret all of my decisions, Monkey. But hey, we've got somebody on the phone, and that is we're having a dance party. Let's invite one more person into the dance party. They won't be on webcam, but I imagine they'd be dancing after the victory that they just had. It is Tom from EAUCD, my man. First question, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Came off the 3-0, feeling good.
Hey, we love to hear it. And I know that was confusing for you, Monkey Man, because that wasn't actually my first question. It was a precursor
Okay, I was like...
to my real first question for you, Tom. I mean, you guys came off with an explosive victory. I had my money on you guys. I didn't know I was supposed to double down and bet more. So, first of all, I mean, incredible performance. Congratulations on that. And second of all, what do you feel you had going into that match that the other team may not have had? What do you felt? What did you feel put you over?
Well, first of all, thank you. And I feel like what we were doing really well is we were like controlling the field a lot. We got a lot of good demos, and we were like taking their boosts and kind of controlling our pace. And we kept at our pace, and I feel like that played to our advantage.
Yeah, you guys played at a speed that they just honestly could not match. There was a little bit of a slowness that kind of came about in game number 1, and then that separation became very, very real going into game number 2 when you guys were able to post up. I think it was like 5, I don't know, 6 goals. It was a lot of goals.
Yeah.
I mean, and we got to see Grunt pop off, at least put away some of those shots more and more often. But you really started to showcase your stuff. I mean, all three of you, I think, have potential to really isolate and put on some more one-on-one mechanics, and then, of course, find each other in open space. Is that kind of where you thrive for this squad?
Oh, well, I think we all have the individual capabilities to do stuff like that. But I think at the same time, I think we perform better when we all play as a team, and we're doing like good passing plays and stuff. So that's what we've been trying to focus on.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely showed. I mean, Monkey and I have also been exercising our caution when it comes to passing plays, because it's something we've seen all night. We go to some other vacation home before we come to NECC to do our work. But yeah, passing plays have increased in popularity in the collegiate scene. It seems like something everybody is trying to go for, and it's no wonder that it worked for you guys. So taking that forward and kind of the strategies you've mentioned here, is it the same game plan as you move forward? What are you kind of anticipating as we head into next week, and how are you going to prepare?
I mean, I think we're definitely anticipating faster paced teams, and maybe that'll try and like demo us and like take our boost. And I feel like we're definitely gonna keep preparing. We're gonna keep like practicing together, and we're gonna like make sure we keep our pace up for next week.
For you and your total squad and the roster, it's changed like a little bit. We've been able to see Chucky. We've been able to see Papa Rob. I kind of miss Papa Rob. The man always decked himself out in black and white. He always looked good, feel good. The squad was looking good behind him. Is this the main 3 set, or is that a strategy not to be revealed until the semis?
I don't think we can reveal it.
Oh, okay.
We'll keep it a secret for now.
All right, a little bit of mystery behind the curtain before we have to pull it tonight. I understand, but you know, you guys all do fantastic. What's your killer mindset whenever you're going for the victory? What is going to assure you, particular Mr. Tom, the win next time around?
I think we just gotta play with confidence. If we're confident, I don't think anyone can beat us.
Wow.
That's it.
Alrighty.
Wow.
I mean, it's
I wish
just,
I had
just
that.
as simple as that. Yeah, right? I mean, who has confidence? Not us. We, frankly, are not great at the game of Rocket League, to be honest. But anyways, again, congratulations on the win. I'll digress for
Thank
now.
you.
But before we let you go, any shout-outs you'd like to give? Your mom, your parents, your friends, whoever.
Shout out my team.
Love to hear
There you
it.
go.
Well, all
Yeah.
right. A simple man with a simple victory. At least they made it look easy. Tom, thanks for joining us. We hope to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, alrighty, Monkey. Let's just say one more thing. NECC's cracked, baby, and I love being here.
It's a great place to be. If you haven't been here for several weeks, well, you have a couple more to be able to see what's in store for these postseason antics. These guys are all trying to be able to get into even bigger competitions, and this one has been huge. So many different players, so many different teams, divisions, and it just goes up and up from here. Grant, this has been a wild and wacky few months that these guys have been playing, and it's been able to be us side by side a few different times, and always with EAUCD. I could see them going to the finals, honestly.
Yeah. And for all we know, we could be joining them on their journey. It seems like they always give us a treat. And, you know, not only am I hoping to be here next season, I'm hoping to be here next week. And we hope that you guys will as well. But don't forget, there's NECC action happening nearly every day. So you might come back and check later, perhaps tomorrow, and catch some more NECC action. But let's focus on Rocket League. We will see you next week because Monkey and I are out for now. So have yourselves a good night.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know